do this. No, I can't, so I'm going to do this. So, sorry, it's the technical moment. Okay. So if I share screen with this, okay, then you can see this. Hi, Margaret. Nice to meet you as well. So how should I do that now? So I have this, and we want to see Betty better.
You will probably want to turn your camera off.
Yeah, turn off. Let's turn off our self view here,
Mm-hmm.
and then let's pin her. Maybe let's say.
Yeah. And then I think you can make it larger, right?
Yeah, I just also want to see if there's. I'm just thinking, yeah, considering maybe. I'm sure we can, right?
Maybe these little tools here.
I think it's in settings that you can make the screen share a little bit smaller.
Advanced sharing option. You had advanced sharing option?
Yeah, no, it's not.
No, it's not that. Okay.
Maybe actually, let's see. Oh, here we go. Okay. I found it, Margaret.
Oh.
So,
There we go.
this kind of thing.
Yeah, and then we can
And then
Okay.
start
start
the.
the slideshow.
So obviously, like
Would it be best for her to be at the bottom
left.
Yeah, there's left thing at the bottom of
the bottom right? Maybe. Okay.
Strange,
So bottom right.
Strangely, when you do like this, the mouse seems to disappear. So that's.
Oh, she can see.
I know. Yes.
That way, yes. Look.
Hey, sweetie.
Hi, Marilyn. How are you?
Really good. I wish you were here.
Me too. But I'm not.
I
So I'm
know,
here.
but it's good to see you there. You're looking great.
Oh, thank you.
I'm so glad we don't have to wear masks.
Sorry?
I'm so sick of
How come
masks.
I'm not wearing a mask? I'm in my house.
I know. We don't have to wear them here. Hi, I'm Marilyn.
I'm Margaret. So nice to meet you.
Oh, thank you. How come you have a white coat? Because it's sharp.
Hey,
It's so
Marilyn,
charming.
you look great.
Or
I,
is it?
I just I got it at a vintage store.
It's really cool.
Thank you.
I love that. I've seen other people do that, but I mean, I've read about it, but
Yeah.
I've never seen anyone do it.
Yeah, I was hoping it didn't look too much like I'm working in a lab.
Well, you know, for a minute I thought you were.
Like I was a doctor or something.
I thought, what is that? Yeah, I was just wondering, but it's very, it's so
Thank
cool.
you so much.
I used to wear. I dressed in vintage my whole life.
Yeah,
Yeah, because I had no money until I was 50.
that's what like
Yeah.
same here.
Yeah, I know what it's like to be totally broke. But I love vintage clothes.
Oh yeah, I mean
There was this place called the Antique Boutique,
Oh yeah.
and I got everything there.
Yeah, it's. I
The
feel
only
like
problem is it ripped and didn't look fancy.
I know. Absolutely. I know I've had so many.
You'd have to hit escape.
Yeah. They're just
You'd
so
have to get into
fragile.
the thing here and hit escape, and then once the mouse comes back,
Can we have her a little bit bigger? Like this.
I got this
like that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Very cool.
Isn't that cool?
Yeah.
They have really good vintage things. I feel like
And then I go up here and start this.
Totally weird.
Then I.
It's not, yeah,
There we
exactly.
go.
It's so hot there.
I know.
Yeah,
So
oh,
I was just like, I'll take all of it.
do you wouldn't by any chance have any hand spray? I just wash my hands. So I can use this if you
I have
don't.
like a little tin of Vaseline, but I know that's
Yeah,
kinda
that's what I'll
gross.
use. I'll just use
Use that
lip
one.
lip
Okay.
balm.
I know.
Yeah.
I always seem to forget
I
because
have
it's getting.
dry
Oh,
skin.
this
I'm
is
always
great,
washing my
Marilyn.
hands.
Yeah.
Hey, sweetie.
Hi, your pieces look wonderful.
Oh, thanks. I think it was, I wish
You
you
know,
could
we
have seen the
have to
show.
trade catalogs.
Pardon?
We have to trade catalogs.
Of course we do. Where are you
I
up? Are you upstate
I'm
or?
in Pennsylvania. I will mail you one of mine, so then you'll have the address where I am and
Yeah.
come one of yours. It looks wonderful.
Every time I'm constantly being asked to talk about sexual imagery, and I always bring up that you are the pioneer. You are way
Thank
ahead of
you.
all of us.
Thank you.
Yeah, I always tell everyone that. Yeah,
Yeah,
I
well,
said you
my
were way ahead of
students
all
at
of us.
SVA, my students at SVA, when I was teaching there,
Sorry?
my students at SVA,
Yeah.
when I was teaching there, would always, if they were your students also, would always tell me
Yeah.
that you showed slides of my work and you talked about my work, and I so appreciate it.
Well, you were the pioneer. I mean, and I didn't even know till the 90s, till Jerry Salter, till
Right.
Mitchell August. I didn't know. I wish we
did
would have
the
known
first
back in
one
the old days when we were
in
hanging out
19
at Milady's.
Right, I did the first one in 1969.
Yeah, I wasn't here till 1976.
Are you starting the conversation?
No, I'm not.
ladies?
No,
Yes,
we're
you
just
are.
gossiping.
We know each other forever, so we're just talking.
Our husbands used to play pool. You were gonna sit here.
No. You sit here. I'm sitting on the side.
You're sitting there. These are your notes, though.
Yes.
Yeah. No, our husbands played pool, and my husband got banned
Okay.
because he was a pool shark.
A pool what?
A pool shark. He
Oh.
grew up in a pool hall,
Uh-huh.
and he would hustle. Wait a second. I have to send this message. He grew up in a pool hall. His stepfather owned a pool hall. And
Really?
Yeah. And so he played pool his whole life. He could run 40 balls. And there was a tournament every week, and he won it every week. So they banned him to play.
Wow.
That's terrible.
Oh yeah, no, he is so good at hand-eye coordination that he went into the Navy, and they sent him to Vietnam to be a navigator. He wanted to be a pilot, but he didn't have the right eyesight. But he was a navigator because he just had such good hand-eye coordination. That's why he was a pool player. And anyway, he ended up being an art director. We're still friends. Are you friends with your first husband?
I'm sorry?
Are you friends with your first husband?
He died.
Oh, well then no, you're not.
No, I'm not. And fortunately for me, he died because when I eventually, after many years, came to see what it was that he was doing
Oh, right.
to me,
Yeah, he was an asshole.
psychologically and manipulatively,
Yeah, he was a motherfucker.
I
Mine
didn't
was-
want to have anything to do with
Mine
him.
was really nice. Mine was a very nice guy. I was the asshole.
Well, I wasn't the asshole.
Yeah, I know. I was.
He was
I
12 years older than I was. He had been married before. He had his manipulative skills down pat.
pedophilia.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
So
And I have one of my assistants, my computer assistant, after he left his girlfriend, and he's been dating now for a few years, and I said to him, here's one of the things that you never say to somebody that you're dating who's younger than you. When I was graduating high school, you were in the first grade.
wow. That's pretty
Right.
amazing. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
actually, I don't think I ever told you this, but we drove from Philadelphia to Ellensburg, Washington, and we bought a house there.
Mhm.
We go into the house. This is like half an hour after the closing. And he turned to me and he said, you know, some husbands hit their wives. And I said to him, I promise you this, it'll be the last thing you do on this earth. And that was 1969.
Do you remember Andy Cap the cartoon?
I'm sorry?
Do you remember Andy Cap the cartoon in daily papers?
Yes. Yes.
They had fights all the time. Nobody thought anything of it. He was always punching her out, and it was like part of the culture. It's like shocking,
Yeah.
isn't it? Yeah.
And the thing that was interesting is that
Oh, I want to show you something.
my
David.
parents didn't beat me up. Former boyfriends never touched me.
Yeah.
This is the way I thought it was. So when he said this to me, I was just totally shocked.
Yeah.
And that's what immediately came out of my mouth. And the thing was, I meant it. There was
I know you did.
no question about it. I meant it.
Yeah, I never had that problem with anybody. I never did. I wanted to show David something that I think is really interesting about our new book.
Which one? The Great Women Artists?
No, the one David and I are doing this book on sexuality after. I mean, because this article in the New York Times that Maggie Jones wrote about old people having sex, and we're doing another book. And I wanted
That's
to
great.
I wanted to just show him something really interesting that I found. But I don't know if you know who these people are. Okay, here it is.
Oh, you showed me that.
Isn't that amazing?
Yeah, I love that.
Yeah.
How can we share this with everyone? We can't actually.
We can't.
Yeah, that's beautiful.
Well, we could do it in the future. I sent it to Naomi today.
Have you seen my email about Naomi?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
okay.
Yes.
May I take a picture?
Sure. I can take a picture with you if you want.
Oh, I love that.
Sure. My pleasure.
I
I
have
take the picture.
from Kari. Yeah, they've got to win it, please.
Do you really?
Intro. Yes, I'm so pleased to have it.
Oh, I'm so pleased you do have it.
Thank you, Marilyn.
Sure.
Oh. Lovely.
Dara May.
Yeah, that's good.
That's better?
That's
Dara
better.
May, yeah.
That's
I'm practicing. Because we have a life together now.
yeah.
How's it
Good.
look?
Minter.
Yeah, that's easy.
Looks and sounds really good.
Yeah.
I would say, if
I gotta go
possible,
closer, yeah.
be closer. I'll be at the mixing board doing all the levels. You don't need to touch anything. It's being live streamed over YouTube,
Do
and
you
that
need water?
yeah. Yeah, we will do that. So I'd say be a little bit closer,
I will.
and
Like here?
yeah, that's
Yeah, that's good.
You won't be
That's
too
good.
loud.
Right.
And the louder you are, the better the YouTube. will
Yeah,
get the
right.
signal. So
Okay. That's fine. No. I just was a little thirsty. So we're YouTubed. How are you? Thanks for coming. Oh, I'm gonna go across the street in a minute. Yeah, right after. And I love Nomi. Oh my God, yeah. Can I show you something? I just showed it to David. I should send this to you. I'll just send it to you because it's for this book, and,
Okay,
and
cool.
you're gonna love it.
Okay,
So
okay,
I'll just
great.
send it to you.
Yeah, send it to me.
Let me send it to your text because I want you to see it right away. I'm gonna airdrop it. Okay. Did you see that? Read it. It's shocking.
So when do we start?
12. Oh, I have water, yeah. I just spilled water all over my shirt or sweater. Sorry? Did it really? I'll do it again. How weird. I airdropped it. It says it's done. Okay, but maybe it'll disappear again. Okay. Hello. Isn't that great?
It's new.
Yeah. Did you observe? Yeah. I remember passing it many times. I mean, it ranges over the class. Like you're not. You would do like. I mean, there's. Was it in the village? This has me.
What's happening?
I should get started, right?
Sure. Let me turn off my phone. I'm actually working for the last minute.
Shall we start, Betty?
I'm sorry?
Are you ready to start?
Good.
Good. Take that as a yes. Hello, and thank you for being here for this first classroom in the classroom series. We, of course, thank a lot David Sr. for organizing this classroom program in front of the New York Art Book Fair. I am David Derime, publisher at GBE Books, and we had the great honor to publish these two books by Marilyn Minter and Betty Tompkins. On Zoom with us today. So the occasion was an exhibition in France, a double solo shows with Marilyn and Betty at the MoCo in Montpellier. It was a beautiful museum. So these two books were also the catalogs of this exhibition, these two monographs. So I have the immense pleasure to start this conversation between Marilyn and Betty that we called Dissidents of the Gaze, which is a name I love, at the interaction of desire, feminism, and unseen modes of representations. The works of Betty Tompkins and Marilyn Minter have ceaselessly questioned the rules of representation of bodies and what governs them. So this is a conversation about both of you, both your works. And I wanted to start with a quote from the book we made with Betty, which contains a beautiful essay by Alison Gingeros. So I will start with this, but before just saying that this is like a 40-minute conversation and then the possibility to have Q&A with you. So it's rather short, so we go now. And then after a while, I will talk much less to hear our two great artists. But let's hear the words of Alison. That she was talking about Betty, but I do think this applies to both of you. The text is called Don't Fuck with Betty Tompkins, and it starts like this. Quoting, "I was an accidental dissident," unquote. A breathtaking understatement. This is how Betty Tompkins sums up her false start in the New York art world during the early 70s. While she may not have set out to become a feminist renegade, her entire practice has been a case study in the assertion of free speech against the pieties of government's watchdogs, art world gatekeepers, and certain factions of the feminist mainstream. And while still a prolific artist who continues to push the boundaries of political correctness, Tompkins' fateful decision to appropriate hardcore pornography as a primary source material in the late 60s turned out to be a timely and revolutionary position that simultaneously tested the limits of constitutional First Amendment law and feminist discourse. This is an absolute great start also to think about what we're going to talk about, this last decades of evolution and change of the gaze. And maybe to start with Betty, are you an accidental dissident, Betty? What does that mean, and what does that mean today for you?
Oh, I didn't consider myself a dissident. I was just painting what I wanted to do, which is the way I defined the job of artist. You have to do what you want to do. If you're doing what somebody else wants you to do, then you're not an artist. So I didn't really consider myself at the time a dissident, and I was helped along in disillusion by the fact that nobody was interested in my work. If anybody had been, I might have had different ideas, but I couldn't get anybody to be interested in what I was doing. I was too young, and I was female, and I was handling subject matter that nobody considered appropriate for a young female to handle. So I wasn't in that sense a dissident. I was told consistently when I would approach a dealer in their gallery and I would say, I don't have enough yet, but when I do, I'm working on a series of paintings that I would like to show you. And they all, to a man and a few women, they said the same thing. Come back in 10 years. You're too young. And don't bother coming back then. We don't have a market for women and we have no intention of building one. I heard this from everybody. And my reaction to it was to feel incredibly liberated. You know, because when you're a student, you don't know what it's like to really work on your own. And I was free to find out. As for my gaze, well, my gaze is what I'm interested in seeing in a painting. And it was always there.
Thank you, Betty. Marilyn, what's your feeling about this?
Pretty much the same. I except that I did have a nascent career. That's the only difference. But I never in a million years thought I was being a dissident. I thought I was being smart. I actually just thought, well, of course, this is time. It's time for women to work with sexual imagery. It's just never in art history. And I thought, well, I have to do hardcore. And I thought, it's time for women to create their own images for pleasure and their own amusement. And I was asking the question, does it change the meaning if a woman takes this imagery and uses it? And what you said about being a young girl, it's so true. I was youngish, but it was anathema, and I was shocked at the reaction. I had a fellow artist, I mean, I was friends with people like Larry Clark who said, yeah, go for it. So I just assumed that people would appreciate this because I thought it was revolutionary for women to work with hardcore imagery. And I was picking pictures. I knew it was coming from the images I was picking I thought were compelling or funny, but I was coming from an abusive history. And I was trying to make sex positive images from this. And it was right at that very same period that Candido Royale was making porn movies for women. And it was just very, very new. And what I recognized is my generation of feminists were afraid. They'd never seen women do this. And they really saw it as, not all of them. Right. I mean, I had a lot of support from other artists. But the critics and the culture at the time saw it as complicit with pornography as a tool of using women. Never ever thought of it as that we could have our own pleasure or we could have our own amusement from these images. It didn't even occur to anybody that we were making it for ourselves. Because I personally loved porn. You know, did you love porn, Betty?
Absolutely.
Yeah. And, most of the people I know love it.
It's got a purpose in this life.
And there was that whole section of what was it? The bookstores, but it was called Romance. And they were all body ripping, bodice ripping. And the Fabio was on the covers. They were all women being ravished by these princes that were that posed as rebels and the Arabian princes, and they were really English-born lords, like Tarzan. Yeah. So I mean, it was a whole genre. And then and at the very same time, Barnes and Noble would have these little sections where there was a little more erotica. And I thought, well, I'm gonna nail this baby, you know. And I was heterosexual, and my entire support system were lesbians, and gay men. I except for Katie Nolan and a few Mary Howman. I survived, but I was not like you. I wasn't liberated. I thought I was devastated by the reaction.
Huh. Well, I think I'm older than you by a few years, and things may have been different.
It really does
For us,
make a difference in that 3-4
Yeah,
year
it
period.
really
Yeah.
does, because when I was a student, it was a given that when you finished school, you went out on your own and you had to start inventing yourself from scratch. And that no career was going to be waiting for you anyway. And I think by the time you left school, that concept had changed. That you could be a professional artist. You could.
I
make
never had a
living.
female teacher, not once. Did you?
Me neither.
Yeah.
No.
And I was in grad school. I tell my grad students this today, and I can't even believe it. It was me and 17 guys at Syracuse University, and half of them were there to get out of the Vietnam War.
Right. Exactly.
Mhm.
Exactly. I taught in graduate school,
Me too. They just threw us
Yeah, I
in there to
taught
teach
undergrad.
freshman drawing.
and they all told me I was their only female teacher.
Yeah, I don't
And
think. Yeah,
I taught life drawing, and I enjoyed it a lot. And one day when we were all on our break, you know, and I'm doing my usual, I'm sitting on a table in the classroom talking to whoever wanted to talk, and this guy walked in, and he's looking around. You can see from the drawings on the easels that this was a life drawing class, and he's like settling himself down like he's staying. And I went up to him and I said, "At last, you're here. Take off your clothes in the corner and come up on the stand. Class, take your places." And everybody started to laugh, and he just fled.
He wanted to be an observer.
Yes, he did.
I
And
remember
this
that
was
too.
not-
I remember that
This was
too.
not an open door class.
Yeah,
If I was teaching and we had a model, the door was shut.
yeah. I remember
So he was
that too.
trying to get in.
I forgot about those guys. Yeah. Sometimes they try and draw.
And I thought about it and I said, "Well done, Betty. Now you know what to do when the next one
Yeah.
comes in."
That's
And
really
it
good.
happened more than once. And the class would always just look at me because they would know.
Yeah.
And Betty, you tell us the story of all what you were able to do because nobody cared at some point. But can you share with us the evolution of this situation through the years? Because you constantly kept working and
Yes, I'd be
producing
glad to
wonderful
talk
art. So
about it.
since the
I
late
did-
60s.
I did 9 fuck paintings starting in 69. And then I did 3 Calcunt paintings and 4 Calcunt drawings. And this took me like in late 77, 78, something like that. I work with an airbrush, and airbrush is very slow. It's mechanically tedious, and you're on verge of failing what you're trying to do at all moments.
Hmm.
So that's how I started. And I came to the airbrush via a spray gun. When I was in grad school, I did paintings with big spray guns, like the kind you paint the house with. And I had a small diaphragm compressor. And so it made a lot of noise because it was never off, and it walked around the floor. The compressor just walked everywhere. And then eventually I got a single action airbrush, and I got a real compressor. And my first real compressor lasted for more than 20 years. It's a very hardy piece of equipment. And at some point, I've done a lot of work with language, quite a lot of which is in the catalog. And I realized that every single time I had taken one of those aptitude tests to see whether you're more visual or more verbal or more math, I always ended up straight in the middle between visual and verbal. So the fact that I have gotten lots of ideas over the years that use imagery and that use language together is no surprise, especially not to me.
And the sources were evolving as well, right? Because I remember
I'm sorry?
the sources of the images. I remember you explained that in the very early stage that
Yes,
there was pornography magazines from your husband.
The first paintings that I did and drawings were from my first husband's porn collection. At the time, this is in the 60s and 70s, it was very illegal to ship porn through the US mail. You could get arrested, you could go to jail, you could be heavily fined. It was very, very illegal. And he was 12 years older than I was and very interested in pornography for its original purposes. And so what he did, he lived in Everett, Washington, which is outside of Seattle, and he rented a mailbox in Vancouver, British Columbia, sent off his checks with that mailbox number as his address, and he waited a month or so, and then he drove up to Vancouver and emptied out the mailboxes and stuffed them under the pillows of his car and drove back across the border, hoping he looked like the good old American boy. And so when I started with him, I also was immediately exposed to his pornography collection. And the photos were very small, 3 by 4 inches, 2 by 3 inches. And I'm only using part of the photo. And it was before computers, it was before scanners, it was before portable phones, it was before all of this stuff. And I was the art world in New York City, when I was first there in 1969, was reasonably small. It was Manhattan only, and only certain blocks or certain areas. And so you could see everything that was on exhibit in one Saturday afternoon. That was it. You could see it. Another Saturday, you could do all of the museums, but you could definitely see every gallery, good, bad, or indifferent, in one afternoon. And what I realized was that I was bored. I would go around to these galleries. The shows were 99.9999% by men. And sometimes I would just walk in, spin around, walk out. And I would say to myself, I know nobody's going to want to show you work because you're female and you're young and all the rest of that stuff. But what these people are doing with their paintings is not engaging you long enough to stand for 30 seconds in front of each one. I would be out of the gallery. in 5 to 10 seconds, having absorbed all there was really to see. There were a couple of galleries like Sydney Janis, who I thought was wonderful, and they were very nice to me when I was a student. If I wanted to see like an Oldenburg piece, they just take me in their back room and say, pull out whatever you want, which was just amazing. I had not been treated with that kind of kindness anywhere in my life, really. So I was really surprised to be treated by them so well and so trustworthy. I give them so much credit for encouraging me and at such a young age. Anyway, so I didn't like what I was seeing. I was really bored by what I was seeing. And one day I took out my first husband's porn photo collection, and I just was looking at it, and I started, just with my fingers to crop the image that I was looking at. So I got rid of the hands and feet and the heads and, you know, all that identifying stuff. And I was basically just left with the money shot. And as soon as I saw it with my fingers, I took pieces of paper and started to put them around. So I was cropping the image to what I wanted to. And I said, yeah, I think this is really what I want to do. This has charge. I would stand here for an hour and look at this painting if I saw it in a gallery. And so I went out, got stretchers, canvas, set the thing up, and started fuck painting number 1 immediately. And that painting is now in the permanent collection of Centre Pompidou in Paris.
Only the French.
And they're nice. They're nice. They take it out every once in a while and show it.
This show that we're both in could not happen in this country. They could show either her alone or me alone, but never together.
That's so. What do you mean?
Well, mine are just bathers, you know. None of these are hardcore at all. These are, you know, well, I guess there are some bushes. That's a bush. But that's interesting. I'd like to know why. Maybe someday soon. I have 15 of these paintings. They're huge. Nobody buys them. But I know that I'm going to put them all together in 10 years. You know, they just aren't ready. But, you know,
Who's not ready? That's very
the
interesting.
culture.
The culture's not
Yeah,
ready.
I think it's really like Betty and I are old ladies now. We can do anything.
I'm older than you.
But young girls, if a young girl did her work or mine, even today, she would be excoriated.
You think so?
I
They're
know so.
incredibly
Like
supportive.
The same
The
that you were.
culture just loves to build up women and just to tear them down. You know, look at, well, I don't have to tell you, look at Lindsay Lohan, look at Britney Spears, look at Taylor Swift, look at Lena Dunham. You know,
Absolutely.
It's constant. If you have something to say that is uncomfortable, they're really going to tear you apart.
Yeah.
You have to be the good girl or the whore, you know. Still, it hasn't changed.
Do you think it's harder now than it was?
No, it's easier.
It's easier.
Yeah, the internet blew open. When Betty and I were doing sexual imagery, you had to go to porn stores. Artists sit in their studios all day, you know, and maybe look at Playboy. But, you know, she's hardcore. You know, I'm hard. I did cum shots. That's when I got in trouble because of the cum shots. I think these are so abstract.
Yeah.
We
can talk about this, but if we talk about this internet, also both of you can't really show your work on the internet, like on the Instagram.
I
you're
can. So can
shadowed
she.
most
I
of-
can't.
Yeah, I know you really still
I've
can't.
had my Instagram account has been shut down twice. One time they shut it down, and when I complained to them about it, they said, oh, the review team thought this was a photograph, not a painting. And I said, that's why I put acrylic on canvas next to the title.
I got
And they-
only once, but they haven't censored me since. Oh, I did get censored for, that's not true, a political content of Melania Trump.
Oh, really?
Yeah, but I put it right back up, and they didn't censor it. But I've only been taken down for sexual imagery once, and then they stopped.
But yeah,
everything that I put up is reviewed by a review team, because I know this because they told me. And I have no idea if the review team is sitting on their porch in Alabama or Louisiana. I don't know if they know one thing about art. I suspect not. But when I told the people that I know there, this is a painting, and she wrote back, they thought it was a photograph, so they took it down.
They're afraid of revenge porn.
Yeah, they're afraid of everything. And the problem is Instagram's community guidelines, which is their perennial excuse for closing an account or taking down an image, actually says, quote, nudity is in painting or sculpture is okay.
Right.
And that's the whole thing. There are no qualifiers.
I know.
You know, like nudity if giving birth to a baby is fine.
Yeah.
And photographers get shafted all the time on Instagram.
It's complex. Yeah, I can tolerate the complexity there. I understand it. I do think what Betty's trying to say is that I had to go to porn stores to get the images. You couldn't just open your computer. And there were on Wall Street, in my case, or 42nd Street. And the most interesting thing about it is when I go in, I wasn't afraid at all to go in. And I wanted to tell them there was the timing was about, there was a real, do you know who Andrew Dworkin is and Catherine McKinnon? That was the champions of feminist image. That was the spirit of that time in the 80s. So there were, on the corners, there were women against pornography, card tables. And I learned from going into the porn stores that if I walked into the porn, if I went down an aisle, everybody left. I owned the damn place. I was terrified. They were terrified of me. And I was going to go tell the anti-porn girls, just walk in there. You'll see what happens. They won't know what to do with you. Anyway, that was what I think you were trying to say is how hard it was to get sexual imagery, pictures of sexual imagery in the 80s, and in your case,
Absolutely.
the 70s. Yeah.
At the 70s and the 60s, absolutely.
Yeah, and you started these in the 60s.
It was legally difficult.
Right.
And I cannot remember for the life of me when they removed that law. They changed the law eventually. Which is why there's porn all over the place now.
Can you tell us how a completely different access to all these images and how this had an impact on your work or none? Because now it's legal, it's everywhere, it's all of visual culture got a pure work somehow. And how did this had an impact on your source material and on your work?
Well, I get probably, I have a collection of probably 500 magazines that I've put together over the years. And I go through those. And then, of course, the internet is a great source. The problem with imagery from the internet is its pathetic quality as a photograph. They're all very screen res, 72 ppi. So I have difficulty with them, and I've had to learn a lot about Photoshop in order to keep the quality so that I can work with it.
Right. So the quality of the picture is still better in magazines and in your initial material. That's what you're saying.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. The quality of the original image, I change everything about it before I even start to crop. I've changed genders. I've changed ethnicities. I've changed body parts. You know, I go, oh, well, I think that this breast would look better than this breast or whatever. I just change everything. And when I feel it's an image that I want, I mean, I really have to have a certain conviction because we're drowning in images. And before I go add one to it, I want to feel some conviction about what this image might do to somebody. So that's the point where I crop it, rotate it, or whatever that I do and start printing it out.
Yeah. Marilyn.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're
Yes,
actually
of course.
showing how much I changed. This is a 3-year painting.
Marilyn,
Yeah.
you also
Yeah, the painting on the
screen.
left, it was a finished painting.
Mhm.
It was totally finished. It's about 8 feet by 5. And I thought it was too pretty. I was thinking of the pre-Raphaelites and all the bather series that I did. They're all like women painting bathers. Now you've only seen men paint bathers your entire life. And I thought, well, does it change the meaning if a woman paints a bather? You know, and I thought, well, I'll do 21st century bathers. And then I thought, you know, tattoos, short hair. I just wanted you to know green nail polish. You don't see that in the 1950s or pre-Raphaelites. But I started with the pre-Raphaelites. So the painting
That's
changed
amazing.
from that first one all the way to the last one, which is,
Oh, sorry, I changed the.
yeah, you went to, oh, no, that's fine. See how it's changing, her face changes, and then go to the next slide. Did you have all of them? Yeah. Yeah, this is how it kept changing. So in over a 3-year period, I changed everything about this image.
And you're also using a lot these tools that like
Photoshop. I
and
do
everything.
Photoshop. The minute I got Photoshop on my hands, I stopped drawing. So
Oh,
yeah,
I still draw.
go one more. And then that's the finished painting. Oh, no.
No.
Yeah, so you don't have all right, the finished one is somewhere in there.
Yeah,
I can
it's
find it in
somewhere.
here. Yeah.
Let me check, maybe. No, I have different ones.
That's okay. Yeah. But it took 3 years, and I call it Lilith because it was like Lilith was the spawn from hell, and this painting was the spawn from hell.
Well, I think is
Because it
even
killed
with-
me to do it. Yeah.
Even with a good image,
Yeah.
the painting is up for grabs
Yeah.
at all time until you say, okay, nothing bothers me anymore, must be done.
Yeah. Well, the painting tells you when it's finished.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I think I'm always interested when you say something like this, Marilyn, because you do so much prep work.
Yeah. Well, I have
For your
layers and
paint.
layers. You have 2 layers. I have like sometimes 80. Yeah.
Me too.
Yeah.
Airbrush, acrylic with airbrush is slightly translucent and transparent. So to get rid of what I started out with, which is a grid and a pencil drawing, that alone takes 20 to 30 coats.
Yeah.
Then
okay.
to start moving
That's
around.
fascinating. Yeah.
Yeah, they're forever.
Yeah, that's fascinating.
You know,
I always wanted to learn how to use an airbrush. I never have, but you know,
Well, I use it wrong.
Oh yeah, I use the enamel
When I came back to the airbrush, after I started the show with Mitchell August, my original airbrush had fallen apart, you know, like its screws, parts were all over a drawer. So I went to Pearl Paint and I bought myself a new one, and it came with a pamphlet, how to do it. And so I said, okay. So I'm looking at it because I know how to do it. And I discovered that either the pamphlet was wrong. It was actually really looked like to me it was a pamphlet for a double action airbrush, or I had just figured out how to do it wrong and never changed how I did it.
Well, I don't know how I started working with enamel. I mean, that's like unheard of, but I saw that I could get these translucent, same thing, translucent color. So I could have an undercoat and then layers and layers, and it got more rich and it had more depth than working with oil or acrylic, because nobody works with enamel paint like this. It's usually one hard color next to another. And trust me, it wasn't any kind of linear thinking. It just felt right.
And how in that process, and which layers the Photoshop come in?
It takes me a week to Photoshop each image. I'll start with a base. If I don't change it at all, then it's a photo. I just addition it. But I have very few photos, but the paintings, I have very few paintings. I'm like Betty. How long does it take? How many paintings do you make a year?
Maximum,
Yeah.
I can do 10.
Yeah, me too.
And that
Yeah, 10. That's it.
10.
Yeah.
And usually it's less than that. I started to do this series of paintings which I started actually in the middle of the Montpellier show, which is a good time to change your mind about everything, right?
Yeah.
And what I did is I took out all the tones, because my paintings up until then were basically very tonal paintings.
Yeah.
And I reduced everything to line and shape.
Yeah.
I am now almost finished with the 10th one, and damn if that tone isn't creeping back in.
Yeah, well, the paintings tell you what to do all the time.
Well, yeah, I was having trouble with this one area. The photograph, the source was so bad, and I couldn't see it. It was like totally pixelated. And so I said, well, what'll happen if I just put a little tone over there and a little tone over here? And I went, well, I really like that. Where else can I throw a little tone? So it's creeping back in.
That's fascinating. When's this show? When are you going to have this show, the new work?
Of these,
Mhm.
I don't know. When somebody asks me.
Listen up, PPOW. That's Betty Scoury.
I want to show them at PPOW their new spaces. So
Mm-hmm. It's a great space. It's beautiful. It's in our old neighborhood. Yeah.
I also wanted to enjoy the time we have, maybe to open the conversation with our beautiful audience right here. If you wish to ask questions, I have a lady there and then the gentleman there.
I was in Paris with Corbet's big vagina on a banner.
It's not that big though. Oh, it's on the banner. It's big. Yeah.
And here in New York, it was behind a didactic
I know.
panel with photography, an explanation of photography. It was
Puritans are the people that came over here. It wasn't like Australia where there were convicts.
So the trajectory, I mean, I think of Carolee Schneemann pulling text out of her vagina, or Audrey Flack not doing the same type of work, but she was criticized from working from photographs. And what's the trajectory with that? And I mean, you clearly work with photographs, and the statement, Carolee
It's not like
Schneemann,
I have a choice in the matter. I don't really. When I was in school, I hated working from the model, and it was just too boring.
Me too.
Yeah, I hated it. So, and also when I was in school, this is in the late 60s, pop art was just coming into favor. And my school was a very romantic, old-fashioned school, University of Florida. I lived in a cultural desert. I'd never even seen snow. I talked like this. And pop art was anathema. So, and I started working from pop imagery immediately as soon as I started reading about Warhol. So I got a C in painting and an A in photography. So lo and behold, I majored in photography. And then I started painting from my photos. I always needed a source. I think a lot of artists work from a source, even if it's, an abstract source, landscape, people. So how about you, Betty?
I don't work on the floor. I have bad back. Bending over is not my thing. I work with painting is against the wall.
Perpendicular. I do too.
Huh?
I do too.
Yeah, it's against the wall, and I have an old metal milk crate, and I stand on it if I need it to get to the top, and I sit on it when I need to get to the bottom.
The older I get, the more I want to sit.
Right. And I have ladders here. So if I do, right now I'm working 60 inches by 58 inches, which is a size that I'm physically able to handle and I'm comfortable with it. But when I work bigger, a full-size painting to me is 84 by 60 inches. I use a ladder and go up 3 steps in order to get to the top. It's not hard.
Maybe we have time for
It's just
another
that
question
right now,
there.
I'm really enjoying this size. So I just got 10 new canvases in, and it'll last for a year and a half, 2 years.
Thank you for the great discussion. It's been really incredible. I was thinking about the idea that you guys say that you couldn't do this show in America. And I just sort of wanted to tease out between David and both of you some of the thoughts around that, and also the process then of publishing this kind of work in France, perhaps, versus publishing this kind of work in the United States. And David, maybe if you could address your role in shepherding these publications and maybe some of the issues that arose in the publication of these books.
Well, I don't know if there would have been issues there to publish the work, but my feeling is that we never thought about the fact that it could be sensitive in any way. That was something very interesting to think about when I hear you, Kenneth, because it was never a problem. And I don't know if it's because we're based in Paris, because after a while, the same exact books were shipped here to DAP, our distributor, and we never heard any feedback that it could be a problem, although the covers are quite explicit and you have, everything's the same content. I didn't feel that it would be a problem to have this published in a book. On the contrary, I knew, to come back to this social media thing, that we could never have done it outside a book. The book was the perfect shape for dissemination of the work. Of course, the exhibition too, but there's no dissemination. You have to get there. The book, on the contrary, is the way to have every piece of the work without censoring, without censorship, without choosing because you think or you assume that maybe it won't comply the thing. So the feeling while making these books was this: we have the freedom to have the genuine, precise, authentic, complete works, and we do what we want. And there is no better ways today to do this. And we constantly do this. For example, we're working on another book with Marilyn, basically old persons making love, which is completely impossible to spread online if you want to show everything and not have to choose. Don't you think so, Marilyn?
I think online is a lot more forgiving.
Yeah.
I don't, it's really curious, like why, I wish someone would tell me why it's so threatening with young girls to work with sexual imagery. Why is that? Someone should really study that. What is that all about? Why is it that Betty and I or any old lady can do anything? You know, I always talk about this, that famous picture of Louise Bourgeois holding that giant sculpture that looks like a dildo, and everybody thinks it's adorable. What if she was 25? I just, all my work is about fighting knee-jerk reactions. You know, like photography is considered so contemptible, and so is glamour, and so is fashion. And both of those things are considered, you know, really superfluous and how shallow. And they're giant engines of the culture. And how can we as artists not examine them in detail? I mean, there would be no internet without pornography.
Lady.
I wonder, Betty, if you saw the article in the New York Times Sunday Magazine section in the past maybe 6 months. It was a feature on, they made a big deal about we're going to have we're hiring a photographer. We're doing a story about old people having sex.
That was me. I shot it.
You.
Yeah, I shot it.
And that's where the book comes from.
The book is all the outtakes that they wouldn't publish in the New York Times.
I thought the text
Wasn't that you didn't like it?
I liked the photos.
No, the text, because nobody's ever written about it before.
The text seemed to me to emphasize sort of the tweeness or the cuteness or the extraordinariness of old, typically
People.
all of them were impaired in some way. And oh my God, they still managed to have sex.
But nobody knows that.
No, but I don't think that's the message.
The message is,
like they're heroic,
I don't think that's the message. I thought her message, Maggie Jones, this is a totally different subject, was exploratory and telling people this is your future. Because there's more contempt for old people having sex than anything I could think of.
I know, but I thought that there was room for.
I think it's giving people permission. It talks about all these aids. Who knew that there were male vibrators? Did you know? They're in Walmart.
But lots of older people are still having sex very similar to how they had sex when they were decades younger.
We don't know that.
Well, I'm a family physician, I know that. And I can't tell you what percentage, but we don't have to argue about it.
I'm not going to argue.
It was great to say, because I think you're right, many people think, young people think, you know, once you're over, I don't know, 40 maybe.
Really?
Anymore.
Really?
And
Actually, I don't even think they think. It's
just accepted.
Not existing, you know. So that's why this project and work by Marilyn is so amazing. Now it exists.
I didn't even know this. The New York Times came to me and I read the article. I went, wow, these are people 89 years old. You know, I thought, well, it's an imperative until you die.
Sex.
Pardon?
It doesn't go away.
But most people think it's contemptible. Really, I thought it was.
Really?
Yeah, remember that movie, Something About Mary? And they had that scene where he was stalking her, and it was Cameron Diaz, and he thought she was taking her bra off, but it was an old lady that was taking her bra off, and how ooh, and this is what I saw when I shot, and I had never. I'm sorry to get off the subject, but I had never. I didn't know. People from here to here look great because they never have been in the sun. The age shows that the armpits, the neck, and the hands and arms. But every time the Times was going through all the images, too young, too young, too young, too young, too young. Yeah, your ass looks pretty good. Your boobs look pretty good.
Maybe the revulsion around sex is a revulsion around what an old body looks like.
That's it. Yeah.
Yeah.
But when I shot it, I was like, whoa, look at that. We had to make people squinch up so I could get some wrinkles. I'm dead serious. That's the next book.
That's the next book. Well, I think we need to wrap up and let the next classroom happen. Thank you so much, Betty, for being with us today.
Oh, thank you so much for inviting me, David. I had a wonderful time. I always do with Marilyn and I talk.
Yeah, we could just keep going on forever. We've known each other since 1976.
Yeah.
Thank you, Marilyn, as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you, everyone. If you want to flip through the books and eventually buy them, it's going to be on the other side of the street at the New York Art Book Fair, second floor, GBE Books. But of course, you can check the books right here. Bye-bye. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Oh, sure. Bye, Betty.
Bye, Marilyn.
Sure.
Yeah, of course.
I wasn't going to, but I will. You know, would be glad to sign these for you.
That was a great talk. Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Non, ils vendent. Non, on les vend séparément. Ils sont à.
The books are across the street?
Yeah,
Was
at
that
the New York
yours?
Art Book
Yeah,
Fair,
you want to use
second
it?
floor.
Sure.
So you take them with you. I can't.
This, by the way,
get
is
payment.
out of
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
I do trust you.
Yeah.
The second floor, the
I do
booth
too.
see something.
Yeah, I do too. I love it.
GBE books.
My pleasure.
And a huge thing.
Do you have a pen? Yeah, I didn't know I was be signing.
If you,
Wonderful,
we have
wonderful.
Instagram and newsletter
Thank
and
you.
stuff. If you subscribe to this, you definitely get the information. Thank you. Well,
Callie said that you've been such a mentor to her.
Which Callie?
Swoon?
Oh, really? What a sweetheart she is. I
She's
love her.
Lovely.
Yeah.
I had
I'm
her-
really impressed by her.
Yeah, I had an installation of her at the Met, and I managed the mezzanine
Oh,
gallery.
do
It was
you?
beautiful.
Good for you.
And I brought
Of course
her
you got that built, that giant Corvette, because you could blow it up. Yeah, I love that.
So, and I'm focusing on women. I brought in on
Yeah. We talked once before, right? Yeah, you look familiar. Now I know you.
Yeah, good. One day I'll
I hope so. Because they don't like me.
have They don't like you?
There's nothing.
They don't have any? Yeah. Really?
Yeah.
yes, and I'm going to start it tomorrow. But
Yeah, you're an activist. Told me like you're the last video. Yeah, I did, yeah.
How inspiring.
Is there any way to buy the books without? Oh, yeah.
Oh, right. I mean, if you have.
Oh, yeah, because it's on this thing. So we just. Oh, yeah.
You don't have to. Anyways, good to see you.
I'll do this later. This is wild.
This one is crazy, and it was a beautiful show. But the vocal cord cut through the middle.
It's amazing.
How you feeling?
Good. I'm just like,
But then, and then this is a crazy one. Has a piece, rubber hanky piece that when you pull the thing, it plays the pieces of chip on the inside, but the battery's dead now. My brain just lost it.
Too, I'm just a bit overwhelmed trying to juggle.
so I think we're gonna go ahead and get started. You'll see some copies of the book Plexus coming around for you to handle and peruse. But thank you all for coming. I'm thrilled to be here and to welcome you all, as well as Camille, Norment, Seth, Cluett, and James Hoff in conversation on the occasion of the launch of the publication Plexus, which of course is the eponymous book or catalog in relation to the Commission on View here at DHLC, curated by Kelly Keevland, who is actually in the audience with us, visiting from the Wexner Art Center, where she's now chief curator. And I also want to, of course, convey my immense gratitude for Sophia Lyragakis, who is the editor of the publication, along with Kelly, and many others who have made this publication possible. And so perhaps maybe just to get started, we can talk a little bit about why we thought it was so important to actually pass the physical book around while we're talking about it. Because, the exhibition itself, as you might have already experienced, is so much about different ways of engaging the materiality of sound. And the book itself is so haptic and has such a material dimension, and the way in which touch and tactility relate to its unfolding are very essential, I think, to its conception. So maybe we could just start there and talk a little bit about that.
Anyone in particular?
Well, I have
Open question.
I just want to add a question, which is, everyone will be seeing the book, which is incredibly beautiful. And I just had a question about how the concept for the book came about and how that process went. So, mind speaking to that would be great.
Okay, I think they're both a good question, and they are intertwined. Can everyone hear me well enough? Okay, great. I think I will back up even one step further and talk about this space itself, which, if you look to the center column, is equipped with 2 turntables, a set of books on one side, and an artwork by Max Neuhaus on the other. And so this is part of what I consider as the sort of a constellation series that is really focusing on investigating or making available and accessible various contexts around certain thematics that the artwork is dealing with. It's not at all an attempt to imply meaning, but it's really parallel conversations. So given that, a previous publication that I had for Rapture, which is also available in the bookstore here, was similarly engaged. My presence is only there in the form of a conversation, similar to this publication here. And I asked specifically all of the contributors with essays to not mention the artwork or even my name at all. That was part of the deal. Everyone was pretty good except for one, dear Greg Tate, who I wish were with us now, but he is the one who actually couldn't resist but to make a more direct connection. And actually, I'm very grateful for that now. But so when considering the publication for this exhibition, that was a precedent, what form would the contextualization, take, and how could I move that a little bit further in one direction or the other. So in this case, some of the essays were more direct in referencing my work and myself, and certainly the issues in this piece. So I thought, well, how could we work with the actual physicality of the pages, the tactility of sound, which is so important, the relationship that the body of the viewer has in creating the work and creating experience that is so important to the work. So, thinking of, this is not something that could be fully fulfilled on a screen, for example. You have to hold it in your hand. You have to turn the pages and struggle to see the text, but in that struggling, what you're seeing is, the layers of the skin in conversation with each other, just like the layering of the sound spectrum is in conversation of each other. You can take any sound and strip it down to singular frequencies, and focus in, but then you're losing the sound body itself. So this is in printing on vellum. It was a thought of trying to sort of capture that possibility of moving inwards and outwards to something that was very specific, like the words on a page, which has specific meaning, is communicating something very direct, to the seeing of text emerging through the image, that's in front of it, and what kind of conversations are created in that sort of haphazard touching.
I also wanted to add, I was reading this on the subway, and so I guess the other thing is maybe it's a hack or it's a feature, I'm not sure, but is being able to take the end pages and slipping them into the vellum, so you can read it with a white background. And so I was on the subway and I just kept turning it, and then every page I'd have to redo it, and it was a pretty incredible experience in a way, because it activates the reader. It forces the reader to be activated in a way that a lot of books don't, and in a way that also reminds me, you're very aware that you're actively engaging with the book, obviously, because you have to keep taking the pages in and out, but you're also very aware. It's a very physical experience, which is something that I think with most books, or a lot of books, that's an awareness that you lose as you lose yourself in the material. And that to me made quite an impression. I think that was intentional with the end papers.
It was.
Is it correct?
Yeah,
Okay, great.
absolutely. Yeah.
But it also reminded me a lot of the actual installation and also the haptic experience of that. And also it makes you very aware. Like, you can lose yourself in it, but you're also very aware of your own presence inside of it. So
yeah. No, thank you. And I think the choreography, just to briefly respond, I know we have limited time, but I mean, it's in a way, it's, how do we create various choreographies in a way as well? I think about, I have a background as a dancer, and so I'm very occupied with the movement of bodies and spaces. And so I bring that to installations. And this was also, how could I bring that to a book in a way? I mean, for me, I find it very difficult to read unless I have a pencil in my hand, not a pen, but a pencil specifically, because I'm a scribbler. I write in the columns, I underline, but I don't want the permanency. I want, I want, something that I feel that, I don't know why, it's this insecurity, but, highlighters, no, pens, no, but a pencil, to leave the trace of thoughts, but it's creating this loop, this kind of feedback loop, I think, to have that kind of interaction or the possibility of it, just reading, activating the eyes, but my body is also just ready to jump in as well, and create that circuit, complete that circuit in a way. So I think the activity that you're talking about is part of that. But Seth, you brought some interesting books here as well. And
Yeah, I just want to draw one connection actually between things that you said, which is that, there's something about the act of reading this book with this format that brings the body into the reading act. And this is a direct parallel to your work, right? Like, one of the things that I find remarkable about your practice is no matter how material, no matter how precious some parts are and how ephemeral other parts are, there's always an awareness of I become more aware of my bodily presence in the context of that work. And I think there's something about not just the physicality of like folding in the thing and being able to see the reading and then like wanting to do the next page and doing it and having this like hand choreography that's like engaging your body. But there's also this idea of like the transparency giving you access to what's to come that makes the reading of the book a time-based act more so even than like the linearity of the time-based act of reading is generally, which I think is a quite beautiful thing.
very nice.
Yeah, but Camille pointed out that I have a couple of books in front of me, and one of the things that I do as part of my art practice is like the indexing and archiving of histories of sound, and one of those things involves like books that try to reflect sound in one way or another that's more than just the book, more than just the text. And one of the things that I love is this amazing exhibition from the Vit to Vit called Voices from the 80s that you can see very easily from here that there's a hole in the center of the book. And if I kind of pull apart, this is a book about the voice that's managed to figure out a way to cut a hole through every page of the book until you have a vocal cord running its way through the book, which has this other fascinating aspect, which as you're turning the pages of the book, there are absences in the page that force you into a particular way of reading that's particularly interesting. There's terribly boring ways of presenting sound work, which, the whole history of sound exhibition catalogs is basically like an image and a text, and usually an image from the artist from before the thing was installed, which means you don't get an accurate picture of what the thing actually was. But many of these things try to find a way to like actually engage the body. So the other one I'll show quickly before we go on is this exhibition from the Caja Madrid that has in the cover a little tab, and if you pull it, sorry, the battery is dead, but it plays a Robert Henke piece from a chip built into the cover of the book. So there's always this attempt in a lot of books that deal with sound literature, particularly to try to give people access to some of the experience of the ephemerality of sound, no matter how conceptual or abstract the process might be. So yeah, I think this book just does a wonderful job of that.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
That's super interesting. Am I on? I thought maybe it could be interesting to talk a little bit about this in relationship to the max feed that's on view in this space that sort of was the generator of the context and constellations, if you will, and in many ways sort of the impetus for Plexus in a way, and sort of your relationship with Dia, beginning with an artist on artist lecture on Max Neuhaus. Because it's interesting, I'm thinking about the Max feed as this portable sort of feedback instrument, and also the way in which it was conceived as a multiple, in a way sort of like a printed object of sound to be used as an instrument. And of course, relating so much to this democracy and possibility of feedback being something used as a distributed mode of agency in a way. And perhaps maybe you could speak to that, Camille, and or maybe even James, I'd be curious to hear about that sort of sensibility as it relates sort of to the mission of even primary information.
Yeah, I can speak to that. I mean, Primary Information is a press that I co-founded in 2006 with Miriam Katzeff and have been running for the last 15 years. Is devoted to artist books and the sort of idea that comes out of the 60s from people like Lucy Lepard and Dick Higgins and Seth Seelob and others, that the book could actually function as a vehicle for the distribution of artworks, and they could be sold cheaply. It could be a democratic form, sort of riding on the tail end of the first paperback revolution, and thinking about the book as this vehicle or exhibition space that could travel out into the world. So a lot of practitioners doing that in the 60s, a million examples of that across the street right now for the fair. And it's interesting because the Max feed comes out in the middle of that renaissance, and which is also, I mean, I'm kind of curious about the Max feed in a way in terms of it as a multiple, but also in terms of like the more functional aspects. Like I kind of wonder how many were actually produced. We should add, I guess, that the work it's not working right now, right? The Max feed. So I'm curious if there are any in the world that are actually working. I know we don't know the answers to this, but these are the questions that come up. And yeah, I mean, I think it's interesting to think about it in those ways. Do you think about the book as like a way of, because it does function so well as an art object, as an object in and of itself. And do you think of it in the same way? Like, do you think of it as a distributed work that's an extension or something in parallel? Or
I think that it now that I have it in my hands and it exists, I do, because I think that also, especially because of the, what the activity that might be necessary to actually read through an essay, I think abstracts that reading process in a way that I find positive. So for example, you might open it and land on a page because it appeals to you in a different, I guess, the way the pages connect to each other at that moment, and perhaps read a few lines and then open to another page and read another few lines. And so I think that more abstracted poetic reading through the work becomes, through the book becomes an artwork in itself, and it does deconstruct this sort of assumed linearity of reading, and that wasn't, that in particular wasn't pre-planned because we didn't really know what we would get. I mean, I knew I wanted vellum, I wanted this sort of semi-transparency, but how well the ink would hold on the page, how saturated would the colors be, how would the image actually look and feel like an image, or something that was just kind of floating on the surface that you could scratch away with your nails. I mean, all of these things we didn't know, and so we're really happy with the way that it turned out, because it's very cohesive in that very technical way, which was important. And so those details do not become distractions, but they become encouragements to read a little bit differently. Just open up to a page because you find it beautiful. You think, oh wow, look at the text coming through this golden whatever that object is, and read a few words. And I personally find that very opening. It creates a new set of possibilities.
I think that was like one of the follow-up questions I wanted to ask, and it's a bit of a tricky one. I think I know the answer to this, but I just feel like I should ask, which is, particularly in relationship to the Max feed, which isn't working, it just becomes an object. And how do you feel about the book if people don't read it, like if they only appreciate it as an object?
It's like like once it's out there, it's out there. You know, I have no expectations. I don't offer instructions. You know, I'm as curious as the next person. So I don't. It's not going to say that I don't care. I mean, I think there's a lot of information in there, but it will be absorbed in one way or the other. And I think that even by piecing together abstract phrases here and there, you might even get the same message that you would in reading every essay from beginning to end. And that is how I approach, that is my end desire for the artworks that I create, that it would have the possibility of getting to the similar message space that encouraged me to make an artwork in the beginning without having to come away with the details, you know, yeah.
I really like how open-ended the publication is in a way, because it doesn't, I mean, you can tackle it from many different angles in terms of how you use the book or how you approach the book, which I think is a great success in a way, because that's, I know as a book producer, it's very hard to actually do that. So to be able to create a book that can function both like on a tactile level as an object, but also as like a vehicle of information, like all those things are kind of hard to pull off. And that's to say nothing of the actual production of producing an entire book on Mylar, which I know is not easy to do. We've produced a few books that have a few Mylar pages in them, and it's been pretty tough. So
yeah, I'd like to sort of open this up a bit and ask a question of both of you regarding like art books. There's this interesting thing that happens where like they're made to be read, and then they live for time, and then they become sort of calcified, and people treat them as now new art objects rather than an art object that was meant to kind of democratize the access to art objects. So the Max feed is a great example of this. There's no reason we can't open that thing up and fix it. Like there's really no reason. And we have the schematic, like I've got a soldering iron, like we can make this thing work.
Can you actually fix it?
Yeah, I could fix it.
Yeah, well, we actually, yeah, well, we actually fired it up. You know, and Randy, I don't know if Randy was, Randy, so I had the same question. I thought, okay, well, I'm sure we can get some sound out of this thing. Let's crank it up, So we did that, and we have wonderful videos of this experiment of trying to get it to speak to us, and it said something, I'm not sure.
Yeah, if it said the thing it was supposed to say. I mean, it sounds like an ego thing to say, I could fix it, but the reality of things like that is that like someone like Max had this idea, like he eschewed performance. He's like, no, the concert hall is not an okay place for me to do this. This needs to be things that people can experience, and I move myself, like people move themselves through the work, and that balances the playing field between proscenium stage and experience of sound. And I think Max Feed is a perfect extension of that, because it's this thing where you then, the owner of the thing, can turn your living room into the piece, and that the feedback, as is its nature, will adapt itself to the room.
Yes.
And that adaptation is your art for your space with this device. And so I think the same thing happens with your relationship to the book. Your mind makes sense out of the flow of pages and the succession of words and the structure of the way that the art book made it. So I'm just curious for both of you, like if this book were to become an art object in 70 years, there are only so many copies, and people were to buy it but not read it. It's an extension of James's question, but same with primary information, right? You make Avalanche and it's sitting out there, and you were just saying that's one of the last copies. It's way out of print. If someone just buys that, goes on a shelf, like is something lost?
I should say for primary information, this was one of the problems that we set out to solve when we formed the organization, which I was working at Printed Matter for many years. And I would see all these great publications come in from the 60s that were originally meant to be sold for $5 or given away, and were being sold for $1,000 or $5,000. And there were publications that were not only dealing with like conceptual art or artist books, books as objects, but also dealing with art and activism and things that they seemed really important and really vital to be out in the world. And I had access to them because I had the privilege of working at Printed Matter, and others have access if they work at a university or they're close to a library, but most people don't. So for us, like Miriam and I, for Prime Information, the idea was one of the original ideas, one of the tenets of what we do is we publish facsimile editions of these books and put them back out into the world, and we sell them at cost. So we'll take a book that was made in the 60s and we'll reproduce it to spec basically, and then we'll sell it for 10, 15, 20, maybe $30 in very large edition sizes, so 3,000, 4,000 copies, usually much bigger than what they originally published in, and distribute them throughout the world. And I would say that we've been pretty successful at doing that in terms of like revitalizing a lot of publications for people to access. But one of the things that we never really considered at the time was what happens when those publications sell out. Because as a nonprofit, we don't always have the money to reprint things. And so they eventually will become kind of rarefied objects. And if we can, we'll try to reprint them or get them back into the world. The other thing that we didn't take into account was that we boosted the value of those original publications that we are reproducing from, which is, I guess, fine, but an unintended consequence. But yeah, it is a shame for us when our publications go out of print and they become rarefied. Though they're usually still much cheaper than the other publications, and we also feel like, okay, well, we got like 3,000 more copies in the world, and we worked very hard to get them into collections. So we're hoping that they'll circulate in a slightly more efficient way than the originals, which isn't always the case. But how do you feel about that? Like if a publication goes out of print? And
I think, the fetish of the object is unavoidable, and I can't spend too much time thinking. I mean, look at the show. I mean, I love objects too, but I also like to consider other spaces. It's kind of a fluid or continuity, through the object and into the space. But for the book itself, I mean, I think, there will be a certain number of copies printed. It will at some point go out of print, and whatever will happen to it, it will either be forgotten or it will be squeezed between books on a shelf. But, I think about that moment, there's reading and then there's opening, probably most of the art books that I have, I don't read them anymore if I ever read them, but I will open them a lot, open them, I land on a page, I see something, I might read a bit, or look at the pictures, or try to evoke a memory of what I read before, or what it's connected to in the world. And I would imagine the same, but maybe even a richer sort of opening experience, because when you open, you already have a very strong message. You see text literally coming through the image, and I mean, if that's not a direct metaphor for sort of embedded knowledge of art, I don't know what that is. And I think that's a very, for me, that's almost enough. It's like, okay, it's just now you can put it back in between the books and, take that away from you. And, but, as I can imagine these things, but people will, who knows what they'll do? It's the same as, creating a live feedback installation. I can imagine how people might interact with the space, but I don't really know until I'm standing in the corner and watching, just observing what do people really do? What do they think? And that's when it becomes fulfilling for me, because I become a spectator too. So, I open the book and, I haven't read, I read it during the creation process, but, I don't know if I'll ever read it in that form, front to back, who knows, but I love opening the pages and landing on these sort of conversations and layers and trying to, what can I read here at this moment before putting in a flap? I think it's a wonderful, for me at least, I enjoy that as a mode of abstraction. Yeah.
So the discussion of sort of the non-functionality of the max feed makes me sort of think about how we initially thought about it as, how can we represent it and what would it do? And perhaps it's a visual signifier, or maybe a register or an index to sort of its more performative moment or something like this, and that it was signaling feedback in some way. And thinking about, what you're saying about sort of the trace and sort of this sort of specter or even spectral dimension of what you were thinking about in relationship to how the book imbues a sonic sensibility. I'm curious for all of you around this notion of the index in relationship to sound, like what is left behind, like what is the possibility of sort of the archive in relationship to sound as it relates to the more physical sort of experience of the book are ephemera. And perhaps I'm curious to think about that in relationship to you, particularly Seth, and since you've amassed such a immense collection of books and ephemera as it relates to sound, but also all of you are live performers as well, in some degree of your practice. And how do you think about that? How do you think about printed matter in relationship to the live event when you're sort of engaging it in that way?
I mean, here we sit in the post-pandemic era, having fresh memories of our performances being online for almost 2 years. So, that was something that actually had to get reconciled. Like I make pieces for people to understand what their body feels like in space situated in like green spaces in cities and the tension that makes. And for 2 years, that's just not a possibility. And so I think I felt like the max feed thing. It's like, I'm broken. Like as an artist, I don't get to be me for a bit here. So what do those ideas look like in a space where you don't have access to the normal tools to express them? And I think we've all experienced that in one form or another. I think, so they keep mentioning this archive that I keep, and the short version is like it's 350 something sound theme group catalogs and like maybe 500 individual artist catalogs, and then maybe 7,000 pieces of ephemera related to the history of exhibition of sound in the visual arts, which sounds like a lot, and it is. I have an office now at my job, so it stays there instead of my apartment, to my partner's happiness. Curators will come to the office, or a historian will come to the office, or you will come to the office, and we spread things out on the table, and we look, and it's like this big picture view of like, wow, in the 70s, they sure were interested in that. And in the 80s, they sure were interested in that. Why is it in every one of these catalogs from the early 90s, there's a CD stuck in the inside of the front cover that's scratched up because like they paid no attention to it. So there's all of this like strategies for people to try to claw their way towards like locking the ephemerality of sound into a form that can kind of represent the experience of the exhibition. And I think it's one of the things that this show has been a revelation for me. It's the first long-running sound installation show that I've had the opportunity to be in many times since the pandemic, and it's sort of like it's I don't want to sound like florally poetic, but it's like a symphony to putting your body back in space. And I'm constantly aware of that kind of interaction, and it does work that this book gets closer to than almost any other book in my whole collection, because it does work towards trying to capture the presence of the body in the artwork, which is something that gets so erased so often in documentation.
I was just going to say this is kind of an answer to your question, but what I love about sound in terms of putting sound into the world as a distributed object, as a record, a CD, an MP3, whatever it is, what I love about it is how uncontrollable it is. Like music has this capacity to self-distribute through a culture in a much different way than visual arts do or books do. It's just a different thing, and that's what, as a producer, something I really love, and something I definitely don't ever try to control once it leaves my my domain. And I think at your last talk, you were talking a lot about feedback and being able to control feedback, and it's a very hard thing to control, as you know. And I think of it not quite in the same way, but there's a parallel there to some extent.
I think so too. I mean, well, not to sort of repeat that conversation, but I think, yes, the fact that feedback is inherently uncontrollable, and yet we're always wanting to control it, is fascinating for me. And when I came across the max feed that was really, I think finding the max feed was really why I chose Neuhaus. I was aware of him, and of course, there were two sort of sound artists, in the Dia collection, and I thought, I can't do a sound artist, that's too easy or obvious, but, I thought, Lamont Young might be the obvious choice, but let me do due diligence and, look a little bit more into Max Neuhaus. I knew a few pieces and, varying from, designing the sirens for New York, to Times Square, just bits and pieces here and there. But the more I read, the more I just kind of fell in love in a way. But I was astonished. I really had no idea that this was happening, that he was producing this in 1967. And I was so, disappointed in my art history education, but also just, I felt very proud in a way. I thought, wow, we have been producing this, since 1967. This was a parallel conversation to the civil rights movement, that my parents were very active in, and to very similar ends, I thought, or I feel, talking about society and control and negotiations, conversations between, sonic beings and bodies and architectures, but between each other, how do we filter and control and direct conversations, and how can thinking about the world through feedback, for example, at least for me, sort of help to reshape my perspectives of how we deal with each other in some way, and again in a very abstract way, but I often feel like with this book it's the sort of far away so close strategy, sort of you go further away or become more abstracted, for me often gets closer to sort of an essence of something. So having the Max feed here was very important in this kind of contextual or constellation library. And even if it wasn't working, even if for many reasons, I think we couldn't put it in the hands of the public and say, hey, just put it in the corner and make feedback, just because it is a precious object, but it belongs here, as something that is readable and understandable. It's part of the dialogue between Eliane Radig album, for example, and I don't know, Rock My Religion, Dan Graham, and Max, so many things, so many, any combination of things that you could pick up in this space and put them together, I see having a very similar constellational conversation as the juxtaposition of pages, for example. And even though this is fixed, I think that just letting your eye land on the first 3 words and reading them and then closing the book, putting it away, can function in a very similar way.
It also calls to mind of this op-ed that Neuhaus wrote in the late 60s that was arguing against controlling. It was arguing for sound pollution, basically, and arguing against city ordinances that limited sound in certain capacities. And he is known for sound walks, like going through the city and taking on sound walks to listen to the sounds of the urban environment. So it's a pretty great. It's in the DIA publication, correct? So it's a great one to read if anyone's interested.
Yeah.
On the note of sort of this uncontrollable dimension of feedback, we've talked a lot about the intersection of feedback and horror, and we've actually just added a new element to this Context and Constellations presentation, which is a mix or audio montage by James Hoff. And I'm curious if you could talk a little bit about how this demonstrates what we were sort of talking about, especially as it relates to sort of feedback and agency in relationship to horror.
Well, I guess, we were having just a dinner maybe a little over a year ago, and we're just randomly talking about the use of feedback in A Quiet Place. I think I'd just seen A Quiet Place 2, maybe. Does everyone know these films, these horror films? And just the way feedback is employed in that film, and then thinking through other examples in which feedback has been used in recent times as like a cinematic device that is used essentially to empower people in the horror film genre in particular to combat zombies and aliens and things like this. So so just in terms of discussing that, I stripped away a bunch of sound from different scenes mostly from A Quiet Place, A Quiet Place 2, and then a Korean zombie television show called We're All Gonna Die that came out last year. And so you can hear that at some point, I guess through the headphones, right?
Yeah, those headphones right there.
So
on loop.
so it's interesting the way, because feedback's been used a lot in soundtracks and as part of a sound environment within films, but these are some newer examples of the way feedback's being used and deployed. I guess, yeah, as a plot device that's used to empower humans. And typically, humans at a disadvantage are, in case of A Quiet Place, younger people, also in We're All Gonna Die. I think the students in this high school, they're trapped in a high school, are using it as well. So I don't know, it's an interesting.
Yeah, it was a very, very exciting conversation. Also because I had previously been thinking about feedback in relationship to the state of alarm. If for those of you who have seen the Artist on Artist talk, I spoke about this correlation between the bell as a social communication tool, but that was very sort of the power to actually sonify it, was very limited. I mean, you had to have some social power, but except in the case of fire, that was when the average person in the town was allowed to run into the bell tower and, ring the bell. But they would also sneak in if the taxes suddenly were raised too high or if the price of bread went up. So this kind of, so state of alarm and then social protest, suddenly became a correlation, through the bell. And I don't want to re-give this lecture, but, so the bell and the feedback were correlated also through Max Neuhaus and notions of sort of the body and power. So this idea of sort of fire, as a state of alarm, but also a state of empowerment. I mean, like you think of the solar plexus. This is the heat center of our bodies. It's generating. It is the fire of individual bodies, and so that's an incredibly positive thing. But we know fire is a destructive force, but it's also a regenerating force as well in nature. The forests that are burned down. They're rich in nutrients to live again over time. So it's the next month we have a performance as well that will be a bit more actively engaging these ideas of feedback and fire, and I don't want to give it all away, but I'm looking forward to it. But it's great. I'm so excited that both James and Seth were very important contributors to this sort of constellation series that we have here. So please, if you haven't engaged in it yet, do so.
I'm curious to talk a little bit about the relationship between the individual experience and the collective experience, as it's sort of functioning in different modalities here at DHLC, but also between the book and sort of the exhibition experience. You've talked a lot about the bell as a summoning, and also you've created this sort of communal space where people, are very aware how their bodies are interacting with the space collectively, and are seeing each other interact, especially with sort of the wooden benches or structures, and sort of there's this almost horizontality in which people are really brought together, if you will. And I'm curious if, when we talked about programming this space, there were some logistical reasons why, of course, it's not ambient sound, but also there was an intentionality of perhaps having a different mode of listening, like that of using headphones and the individual experience versus a more ambient or sort of collective way of experiencing sound. And maybe sort of think a little bit about how that translates to the book, which is, one could say for the most part, something that one experiences alone or in a more intimate or private way, unless it's being rehearsed or performed in a more collective way. But I guess, yeah, these are some of the tensions that I'm curious about, and sort of your intentionalities or hopes for these different modes of engagement.
Yes. No, I think, I mean, that's a great question. I think it is a very intimate and individual experience readily, but one could also imagine, reading out loud, perhaps. I mean, how, what would it take for it to become a collective experience? I'm not sure. I haven't thought of it so much in relationship to the book, but I mean, I can imagine, and everyone opens up to something and then just reads the first 5 words that come to mind, and sort of passing around, what kind of, knowledge is created in that kind of shared fragmentation. I think it'd be very interesting. I mean, we could do it here today and I think come away with a whole great lecture, actually. So that's, I think that could be interesting.
All right, everybody open up your books. To page 23.
Is it paginated? Actually,
no, I don't think so.
Yeah, actually, no, I don't
No,
think we
it
have
is
page numbers.
paginated.
It is,
It is, yeah.
Do we have numbers?
Mhm,
Oh yeah, there are numbers. Yeah. But and these are things that you don't know until it exists. It's like the sort of thinking you understand a child before it's born. Then you can come up with a name, but you don't know the personality. Even in something that is not fully formed. Until it's existing in the world. So. I think I'm just discovering all sorts of relationships to have with the book now.
I think there's something actually, Jordan, that you bring up that is super interesting in the context of Camille's work and also this space as part of the exhibition, which is that there's all of this discourse in sound studies around the loudspeaker and what its potentials are. And so some of it is like the phone where you've got one-to-one communication. You've got like public address systems, which is like one-to-many communications. Then you've got like the radio in the 20s, 30s, which was like one to a few people in a living room or one to a couple people in a car. There's these, there's the aspect of transmission, and then there's the technology of reproduction, and then there's the energy between communicating forces, right? So one of the things that's been interesting about this room is that whenever you come in, there might be 3 people with the headphones on, lying on beanbags. And the headphones are Bluetooth headphones, which means they're just sitting around the room with the headphones on. And the first time I had this vivid, super vivid imagination of what they were all listening to. So I went over the record player. I'm like, oh, what are they listening to? Like the first time, actually, I picked up the needle. I was like, someone left the record player on, and I picked it up, and I just hadn't seen them. They were occluded by the pillar. They're like, hey, what's going on? But this idea of people listening together, I mean, there's the silent disco thing where people like all listen to the same track on headphones. But in here, it was like simultaneous plurality of like shared space of inhabitation with disparate individualized listening choices, which I think that is active in the work too. It's like you are sitting and you feel the sound of the singers through your body. You are walking and you don't notice that you can go around a thing. Like there's aspects of that. So I'm just curious for you, like to what extent is like that idea of like simultaneous difference important in the context of people's experience of your work?
Very important, I'd say, in that I assume there will be a difference, and because there are always things that cannot be anticipated, I think, and everyone brings, when I think of bodies, bodies are experienced, so that's already constitutes a difference, so everyone will come to the piece through their own experience, and receive it differently. And, some will come away, feeling joyful, others mournful, some meditative, some will return, some will never come back again. I mean, I've heard, all of these, above. And that I think speaks more towards being able to address the inherent individuality of people through the memory of their bodies and their experiences than actively trying to point to that myself, I think.
I think that's a beautiful place to open it up to questions. But before I do want to acknowledge and thank our visionary designer, Laura Fields, who collaborated with Camille on this amazing publication. And yes, are there any questions in the audience? In the back? One moment, the mic is here.
Sorry, I feel like the conversation about documentation is also kind of a glancing conversation about control as well. So I'm wondering too, if how you feel about engaging in forms of documentation for time-based or experiential works that actually makes people more conscious of their absence from it, rather than trying to sort of mimic presence.
That's a great question, and I'm constantly, plagued by documentation for that very reason, especially now with this, the video and everything goes straight to the internet. It drives me crazy, simply because it gives people a sense that, oh yeah, I saw the video, I get it, I understand, and of course they didn't, but this has become a norm. This sort of hovering or bouncing on a surface of something has become so acceptable that it really defies and undermines even, I think, attempts to even understand that there's so much that is being missed. So I think, again, far away, so close. How can you, how can abstracted means have a more powerful way of creating the message than trying to capture the video itself and the perfect sound? I mean, of course, now the closer we come towards the end, I'm starting to get nervous, like, oh, do we have enough video? Do we have the perfect sound? Because, I feel, it's, I'm going to lose it soon. But even so, as you're saying, I'm thinking more in terms of, the image and maybe, 12 seconds of sound, this kind of thing, what kind of juxtapositions, and enough of these sort of fragments, again, I'm very into the fragmentation, because the negative space, is so important. You think of a composition, good compositions are very conscious of the negative space, and they have so much power because they're quiet and we don't really think they're there. But it's the negative space in documentation also that has the similar kind of agency and power. So I think, I hope I'm able to continue. I think this book is one way of addressing that for me, and encouraging abstraction also. And but we'll see what the rest is like after we do it. More questions?
Anybody? Okay. I actually have one last question that you just kind of prompted with that, which is there's an element of the piece in which there's this static of the bell piece, or in the first gallery, where there's this static that you can hear, the spectral sort of static. If you get very close to the piece, it becomes sort of intelligible. And that's sort of pulled from, these various 60s, 70s broadcasts around resists or protests, environmental, political, social, otherwise. So this notion of static, and you were talking about negative space, and I'm just like, for some reason that sort of elicited me thinking about static in relationship to your conversations around feedback and sort of how you're dealing with moments of sort of spectral presence or moments of negative space and other moments of much more thickness or visual density, both sonically and spatially in the page, if you will.
Well, the static that you are referring to is, many might not have even noticed it's there. You hear this kind of, very faint, it sounds very science fictional, I think, when you're close to the object itself in the first room. I took that from radio programs with the content that you were discussing, and I removed all the voices and just left the moments of static in between. So I played those discussions, about this sort of fires, and riots, and civil rights protests, but I removed the actual content again to just have the static in between. So this is something that, unless you have no way of knowing that just listening to the sound. You might not even recognize the sound as static. So it's a very conceptual element, but somehow I feel in once, placing it in the object and hearing it, and how does this actually function, as a sound object, what is it actually doing? It had this kind of broken communication. I mean, it sounded like it could be, somebody, talking on a, just the static of a walkie-talkie or some kind of, science fiction, use of, the astronauts talking to each other. It had this references to time and attempts tinted communication, between bodies over distances. And I thought, okay, this is that's enough. I think that's enough, especially in this context of the feedback. And it's not important that anyone knows that they're from, radio broadcasts about riots or civil rights protests at all. It's this, attempted communication, this broken, the apparatus that it's attempting to reach, beyond and across to whomever, whatever, of some time, physical or time space.
Alrighty then. Well, if there are no other questions, I want to thank everyone for being here, and I want to thank Camille, of course, and Seth and James for this amazing conversation. Camille has actually generously agreed to sign some copies of Plexus outside by the admissions desk for any of those who want to grab a copy and sort of get your fetish object version. But no, really, in all seriousness, I would take the opportunity. Anyway, thank you so much already.
Oh, sure.
Oh, sure. Oh, yeah. Standing, sitting? You said standing's better?
Can you hear me? Yeah, great. We have intimate group, yet I'm gonna use a microphone. Thanks everyone for being here. I won't be alone for this coming hour. I will be accompanied by Kari Conte, who is right here and is gonna join me after I'm gonna talk on my own for about like 20, 25 minutes. The book is here. You can also find it next door on the printed matter stall, which is actually the first thing you see. I have the copy here, so I guess I'm just going to at some point, let it go so that you can have a look. It's always a bit weird to talk about a book. Well, I guess most of you haven't seen it. So what I'll do is that I'll basically present some aspects of the books and show some pictures and give some excerpts from both the research and the content. And after it, Kari is going to join me and we're going to enter a conversation. And I have to stick on time, which I will do now. Okay, so my latest book, which is called Stutters, you have a picture right behind you, was published actually in July last year by Print and Matter, and I'm super happy to actually be able to present it here. For obvious reason, it couldn't happen before. And it follows more than 6 years of research on 4 boxes of cyanotypes that I've been looking at the archives of the Smithsonian in DC. And those 4 boxes actually belong to the first custodian and curator of the photography collection of the Smithsonian, Thomas W. Smiley, who was active between the year 1870 to 1917. So I will basically look back at some aspect of the research, showing you some images and reading some things, and kind of looking at basically the different histories that are contained within the picture. Is that fire? Okay. Should I check it? I'll continue anyway. The format of the book actually aligns itself. The format, the details, such as the captioning and the way the images are reproduced, actually aligns itself on a book that I published more than 10 years ago, which is here. It's sold out. It doesn't exist anymore in the publishing realm. It was called Language in the Darkness of the World Screen versus Images. But actually, that book was quite important to understand why I got to that book, and in terms of images, dealing with images, and archives. Perhaps I also give it so that people can look at it. So as I said, Stutters was published last year by Print and Matter. It's a format of 80 by 24 centimeters. Just remind me of a film I saw 2 days ago about never belonging that the fire alarm is right. Anyway, the book. It's a print run of 1,200 copies, printed in offset, a format of 18 by 24 centimeters, and it has actually 4 elements. The main elements are images, 160 images throughout 304 pages. The second element are 64 pages of text. Okay, 64 pages of text. Goodness. It's true. Okay, so main element, 304 pages of images, like 166 images in full spread. And then the other elements, the second element, are 64 pages of text with contribution by curator Ruth Nowak, writer and curator Kari Conte, who's going to join me later, and myself. In those 64 pages of text, which kind of creates the appendix, I would say, there's also a list of more or less complete caption of what I call the institutional captions for each images based on the database of the Smithsonian. There is also an appendix of reproduction of images of the exhibition display of the first exhibition of photographies that was organized at the Smithsonian in 1913. And as a third component, there is a large folded sheet in the format of A2, sorry, that contains or rather folds or embraces the book and that function as an index. It's actually the only moment where you can see all images on one perspective, basically. On one side, you have basically the images that are contained, on the other side, another series of captions, which I would rather call subjective captioning, that are written by myself, and that kind of create a framework or contextualize actually the images in terms of history of photographies, the organization of images, history of photography really connected to the US, and construction of museums as well, and museum making and museology, but also notion of like technological development and so on. The last and fourth component is a reproduction of a Kodak snapshot that you see here that is inserted within the book. It actually is not in my copies that is running right now. The book is printed in offset, and even though it looks black and white, it's actually a color book. Each images are actually printed in Pantone colors, and I think that's a super important aspect, that it is actually full of colors, even though it doesn't look like it's in color. And that's something that was super important to me within the process of why coming back to a gray, while the starting point I was looking at were actually cyanotypes, which means blueprints. It's pretty much by accident or intuition, I would say, that I stumbled upon the archives of the Smithsonian Institution in August 2014. At that time, I was here making another work, and I was in the archive of the Metropolitan, of the Met, at the photography collection, and I was making a work entitled To My Dearest Father that was basically investigating the several history of the Prussian blue, which is basically behind the cyanotypes. I was especially looking at the first book that was photographically illustrated and made by a woman, Anna Atkins, that was published 1848. And basically the figure of Anna Atkins was at that point important, as she was both a photographer, author, printer, and distributor of the book. And yeah, as usual, I spent a lot of time in archives and stumbled into another archive and decided to make another work. It's a rather long process, but then I end up in DC, and I asked to look at 4 boxes of cyanotypes, all made by Smiley, the first custodian, as I said, of the Smithsonian. So basically the cyanotypes in themselves create an informal record, like an informal archive, if you want to say, that documents the everyday life of the museum, and a collection in the process of being built. Basically, the moment he was photographing, the museum was actually just about to exist, or was actually about to be built and being, basically established. So he photographed museum installations, specimen collected by the Smithsonian, created reproduction for use as illustration, documented the construction of the buildings, acted as an advisor for scientists and researchers, also worked as a photographer on some expedition. And he produced a very large body of work, which is like thousands of negatives, more than 4,000 silver envelopes print, 74 rolls of films, and about 6,500 cyanotypes that we call blueprints that are still actually, this term is still being used when we talk about architectural drawings. He was also responsible for the first exhibition ever made in the US on photography. So the first exhibition about photography, on photography, and in photography, one could say, that was curated by him in 1913. And it's an interesting exhibition in terms that it actually brought not just scientific photographs, but also artistic prints and technological apparatuses. So it was very important to him to actually merge all of that. So when I looked at those first boxes of cyanotypes, I realized, first of all, that this person was actually a major actor in the history of the Smithsonian, and no one actually looked at it. So it was quite clear, looking at the boxes, that I would have to actually go back to it more than once. I started taking my own photograph as a way of recording whatever I could see. So photographing basically the cyanotypes, the storage facilities, the exhibit about the photography at the National Museum of American History, where the collection is actually held at the moment. Also photographed several encounters with the curator, the current curator of the photography collection, which is only the 4th curators since Millie. So you have to kind of imagine that there hasn't been that many who are actually behind the collection. The collection now is about 4 million artifacts. So it's a massive thing. And I also kind of looked and photographed all his correspondence that he's been having with several actors at that time. The building itself of the Smithsonian Archive are quite like unimpressive in comparison to the other buildings. It's like basically kind of a gray and white reading room that is just extremely bureaucratic, and there's usually photocopy machines that you find in every archive. Interestingly, to do a photocopy there, it's quite expensive, and once you do the photocopy of one work, you have to fill another piece of paper that you have to photocopy again. And I've decided not to actually enter this process of photocopying the material because I just thought it's going to take ages, it wouldn't make sense. So that's where basically I started shooting myself with a camera. So all the images that are actually in the book and also the images that you see projected here, actually images that I took on that first trip, 2014. And all the rest of the images, which is about 7,000 images that I took, are basically right now on different, external hard disk and contact sheets and lots of notebooks with lots of notes. But I first have to go through all those process of many years of going back and forth there, taking all those photographs to basically at the end decide to look back at the first pictures that I shot at that time on that first day. While browsing through the archive, through the digital archive as well, in search of the correct caption of the images I was looking at, I found one image in the database of the institution of what the archivist, or at least the person who wrote the description, believed could be the back of Thomas Smiley. It's interesting, once you focus on one figure, you never actually know how the person looks like. So I was like, oh, there is actually perhaps a picture that could depict him. The picture is actually in the book, totally at the end. It's a very tiny picture, so you may not necessarily find it. The photograph shows a ladder, a wooden ladder occupying the center of landing at the top end of a staircase, and a man is standing on the ladder's second step, leaning over the folding body of the camera. One could actually guess the size of the apparatus in front of him. He's a ladder, and the camera stand over a small wooden table covered by cloth, only a few centimeters high from the floor. In the middle of this setup, 4 rows of 5 flat objects are symmetrically arranged. He's in the process of realizing what we would actually call in photography jargon a reproduction of object. The image is dated 1880, and its summary states, United States National Museum photographer, believed to be Thomas William Smiley, shoots object from overhead. The specimen is capturing here in this photo that you see here, the number 19 behind me, are not directly represented in this book, but you may find some images that reference them. What I found interesting is that image, is that we're basically looking backstage, looking at the back of a photographer photographing something. So we're behind the scene of a cyanotype that I've been spending years looking at. Sorry, I just felt we need to take this in consideration. So we're looking backstage, as I said, looking at the back, and on some of the picture I could recognize actually the cloth that he used on that picture of him photographing, or what could also see some weight that he used in order to reproduce some images, or some pins that he actually used in order to make sure that the document he was reproducing were actually laying flat. So this photograph of Smiley, of the back of Smiley on his ladder, became the kind of a metaphor for me of the double position that I was adopting throughout the research. On one hand, I look at Smiley himself, I look at his back, I kind of sneak over his shoulder, but I also look at him taking images of specimen and establishing a collection. And the other, and I impose myself looking over his shoulder. So I'm kind of like basically stealing this moment, or like kind of peeping Tom in a way, kind of looking at him actually doing something. But yet by actually rephotographing the cyanotypes myself, and then kind of enter into a process of mechanical reproduction, photocopying them, scanning them, printing them, photocopying them again and so forth, I'm basically also documenting the institution itself. So in some images of the book, you can actually see the reflection of the neon light that were projected on the cyanotypes when I was photographing them, which are on the top, for instance, this kind of white ray that goes on the images. So it's a kind of a double exposure in a way. We look at the story of the institution in the book through the subject of the photographs, and at the same time we also look at the institution that is trying to historicize itself or its own history through the own infrastructure of the archive. I mean, obviously Smiley actually did this collection in order to keep something. It was actually an archive that was meant to be archived as well. The book itself starts with a series of display cabinets that are empty and ready to be filled up, and then moves to focus on the objects that occupy them. It's all actually about the medium of photography and cyanotype, and it's inherently about gaze and the act of looking at things, about politics and the hierarchies of display. It's also about the development of technology, but also the swift distribution of images in those times. It's interesting at the time, actually, Smiley was establishing this collection that engraving and woodcuts, it's exactly at that moment that the woodcuts and printing would actually not be considered as an authentic capture for historical moment anymore. This is where photographs suddenly played into play. So here, for instance, in the depiction of Olde Worm's Cabinet of Curiosity, which is a very well-known print that was first engraved in 1655, photographed by Smiley in 1880s, and reproduced as a cyanotypes in the late 1880s. Then I rephotographed them more than a century later, reproduce them, and then print them in offset. We can say that basically this print has lost its entire readability or legibility. Yet actually for me, and I think that's what's important in this entire process in the book, is that the image of the engraving itself has never disappeared in the image. It's actually fully there. And it's also not just there, but it's there with many, many other images. So when one looks at each of those images in the book, they all contain, through the reproduction and through the referencing of images being reproduced, they contain many, many more images that we see or may not necessarily see at the first sight, but that we actually capture as well ourselves. There is a lot to say about reproduction, the use of photocopy, scanning, printing, and all that. I think what is important in that entire process that I'm actually not a photographer. I'm someone who comes from sculpture, so my repro are pretty clumsy, and the fact of photocopying them further and printing them again actually takes this clumsiness of me photographing them even to a further level. So the default that happen in the image being reproduced are quite important in order of understanding and thinking about the process of making images and the process of reproducing images. So we're actually quite close and quite far from the original. And even though we're looking at gray and black images, it all started from a blue. And the same way that I mentioned the different Pantone colors that are embedded in the images in the printed book, all those colors actually still there in those reproduction. Many of the negatives from the collection of Smiley were actually lost. So I was looking at the cyanotypes. I was already looking at copies. I was not looking at originals. And some of the cyanotypes were reproduced as prints, and some exist only in this form. So it's basically impossible to exactly know what we are looking at in terms of the objects that are represented on the images. Smiley, actually, it is known that he kept a logbook in which he registered all the images he took, gave them number, he listed the dates, email, and I hope, or I'm guessing, the subject of the photograph. The fact is that the logbook of Smiley has been lost decades ago. No one knows where it is. And one aspect of my research was to actually hope that it would perhaps reappear in my meanderings of the archives. I tracked down some of the numbers that Smiley wrote on the cyanotypes in the digital archive. On the other hand, the archive itself is not fully digitized. So basically, there is a lot of missing gaps between trying to figure out what is being photographed and not finding those information. So it's a lot about missing images, missing caption, having the wrong caption or different title, perhaps the same number, different image. There's some images that actually have 3 different titles based on where they've been actually put in the digital archive, and yet there is no possibility of actually being sure of what we actually see. So every time basically I dare to name something, which is what I'm trying to do in the book as well in the captioning, and to name what is on the image, I can say that I've basically already lost. What remains here are mostly list of captions and phantoms of captures, or even ghosts of other images. During one of my trip, I think it was like 2016, I went to the National Portrait Gallery, and it's a building that was originally constructed as a so-called US Patent Office building. And it actually became too small shortly after it was built to accommodate all the model that were collected. Basically, the patent office also gathered not just the certificate, but also the models that the inventors were doing at that time. So the building became too small, and it later became the National Portrait Gallery. And in that exhibition of the National Portrait Gallery, there is a painting from 1862, which is very much at the moment where it's been decided that the Smithsonian would be created. And there is a painting called or entitled Men of Progress. And on this picture, on this painting, you see 19 American scientists and inventors who, it is said, altered the course of contemporary civilization. Those men actually never met, really. They just meet in that painting, fictionally meet. And you have Samuel Colt as one of the person represented, not just himself, but also with his revolving pistol that he developed right in front of him. You also have Samuel Morse right next to him, and Elias Howe, who manufacture the swing machine. It's interesting that those actually Morse, Colt, and Howe actually developed the telegraph or the revolver or the swing machine within actually 3 or 4 years apart, and they all meet in that painting. At the same time, another continent away, like in Paris, you had the daguerreotype that was developed, and Morse happened to be in Paris at the moment where Daguerre developed the daguerreotype. And the daguerreotype is the first open source apparatus ever. It's actually an apparatus that went, you could find everything and you could build it yourself. So Morse basically understood that there would be something interesting for him to bring back to the US, and he replicated the daguerreotype apparatus and commercialized it. This object is the one you actually see behind me, is the first object that entered the collection of photography at that time. And it's also the first full spread, the full image that you see when you look in the book. And it's the same apparatus that the well-known Civil War photographer Matthew Brodie used to make the portrait of Abraham Lincoln for his election campaign in 1864, which is basically the same image that is used on the $5 bill nowadays. So I'm saying this because when we actually look at the collection of the Smithsonian at that time, and at the moment of establishing a collection through photography and through images and photographing what has been collected, we are also in the context of war and civil war, and an extremely conflictual notion of what does it mean to create a national collection for a very conflicted idea of a nation. So one can also, as it is often the case with technology is also extremely connected to warfare. So there is an extremely strong connection that is inherently in the images that I'm actually looking at. So the photo studio at that time was taken to war. The field photographer was documenting not just the battles and the landscape, but was also actually photographing the soldiers in improvised studio setups. The soldiers then went back home and got photographed by the newly established local studios that were starting to appearing at that time in the States. And and were actually being photographed with their weapon, which is something that we actually still find extremely strongly in Americana and American identity, or notion of American identity. So in this book, you actually may find a few weapons, or what actually looks like weapons, migrating from one page to the other, the same way that you have basically the photographer shooting the object on display, or the idea of shooting an object, like the photographer actually shooting, is kind of inherent to also like some of the objects that are being shown being potential weapon. You also find a uniform, and some other artifacts actually coming from a military context. You also have in images 151 and 52 an illustration of the chronophotographic gun, which is one of the ancestors of the movie camera that was invented by French Etienne Jules Marais in 1882, and that was actually in display in the 1913 exhibition that Thomas Mealy curated, that you'll find in the book. So the gun here was the first invention. This is the 1913 display of the chronophotographic gun. This gun was the first invention to capture moving images on the same chronophotographic plate, used to make still images, but using a metal shutter. So it actually functioned exactly like a normal gun, like rifle, with the exception that it carries photographic plates instead of bullets. This machine is considered the predecessor of an actual machine gun used then later during World War I, that was commercialized by the US, but that the British actually used to train their shooter in air combat. And this reason for that is that the film that was used in that gun was actually cheaper than using real bullets. So the photo capture systems that we see here became actually an extremely powerful military tool. And those are like aspects, I'm just giving some glimpse of specific technological aspects that are in the books that we may not necessarily look at first gaze, but they're actually completely inherent to those images. I'm just gonna show 3 more images. So actually the closing images of the book. And this is the last full spread of the book. This is the last full images you actually see. And it gives us the last reproduction of a cyanotype. An original print here exposed from the negative, but actually the cyanotype has been printed in reverse, which means you cannot actually read what is written on it since it's been unmirrored. And it reads upside down, clean glass in vitrine. Kind of referring to the first vitrines that you see in the book, kind of creating a loop. But to me, it was actually an important moment to find this image, since the mirror suddenly became important. The notion of the glass, the vitrine, first of all, of the cabinet, but also the vitrine of, or the glass of the photocopy machine, kind of scanning the images. The transparency of the protection sheet that are in the cyanotypes, in the archive. Basically all this wrapping the cyanotypes in the book. I'm gonna stop here and call Kari to join me so that I feel less lonely here, to enter a discussion or conversation.
Thank you for sharing all of that wisdom with us. I have to say, as a curator and writer, working with Dominique on this book was such a pleasure, because she shared such a generosity of knowledge and information. And as I'm sure that you could, gather from your talk just now, I mean, your approach to this work and all of your work is so research-based and with such a sort of meticulous way of not only approaching the subject, but also like building more knowledge and adding to the story. And in this case, it's a story that you almost revived from a bunch of dusty boxes at the Smithsonian. And it's also fascinating that it took, a French artist in New York to go to the Smithsonian and, resuscitate this figure, this important figure, Smiley, from the late 1800s, early 1900s, as you pointed out. And as a contributor to the book, you and this work like taught me a lot about my own national, well, I don't know how much I even think of myself as an American, but my own national history and identity. So thank you for giving us all this project. And I want to start by thinking a little bit about this idea of you walking alongside Smiley. You meet 100 years or so after he completes his time at the Smithsonian. And I kept thinking while writing the text of him being this ghost or specter behind you in the archive, accompanying you along this journey. And also to point out that this is now 8 years you're working with this material. It's a very long duration project as far as artistic projects go. And I want to ask you about that after this point. But you and Smiley, you're hanging out in the Smithsonian, looking at his work. And you even say, at one point, I think in your text in the book, that he's looking over your shoulder. And so this project is very self-reflexive in a way, because Smiley is collecting and he's meticulous and he's a researcher and he's a polymath. He is an archivist, a registrar, a curator, a photographer, and you're an artist, but you're also a researcher. You're making this book, like you're also a polymath in a lot of ways. So you and Smiley, he has his archive that you're visiting, and out of that archive, you then make your own archive. So there's this really, I think, beautiful, in a sense, way that I abstractly envision you both walking along together over the last 8 years. And of course, he's making this collection at a time when I think, and I'm certainly not an expert on this, but I think the Smithsonian didn't really know what they were supposed to be collecting or what this American collection would look like. He's working with technology and art and science and specimens and all kinds of things. I know it's always easier to think about things in hindsight, but if we were to think for a moment about you and Smiley as partners, in a sense, and you thinking more critically about what he did than probably anyone else in a long time or ever, what do you think he got right and what do you think he got wrong? That's my question. Yeah.
Perhaps just to add that, I mean, Smiley is a trained biologist originally, and there's some anecdotes that the current curator of the collection was telling me, is that basically the fact that he's trained scientist, like as a biologist, like it's like a fish specialist, are some things that they could actually still find in the archives, because the way he was looking at the apparatuses was the same way someone would be dissecting an animal or a fish. So he's indeed someone who actually, he called himself a curator. It's like the first time, I think, I mean, it's at a moment where curator did not really exist as well. I think it's quite interesting in terms of him naming himself a curator and, of course, also being part of this establishment of the Smithsonian and being part of this crowd and actually kind of creating a setting for him that did not even exist before and having kind of more or less free hand. There are a lot of questions about what has been collected or not collected in the collection. I think there's a lot also in the book, within all the question about the missing caption and all that, all the violence of collecting is in there, like of what is missing, who is excluded, who is being represented, how is someone represented, and so on. What has been done right? That's actually a very good question. I think there is one aspect that I did find refreshing, and that's perhaps something as an artist that I found quite inspiring, is desire and wish of not, I would say, like dividing what is considered as scientific and from artistic practices.
Sorry, not separating
Not
the
separating
artistic
the
from
artistic,
scientific.
exactly.
Right.
So in this 1913 exhibition, which is, I think, very much its baby, like that was a moment of finally showing what it was actually being collecting. He clearly decided not to do a scientific exhibition that is just showing, the development of photography. The development of photography for science, for economy, and so on. But like, he also wanted to show photographs, and he actually, what I found interesting within that kind of philosophy of saying, okay, well, we're gonna merge the two. So he didn't want to, at a point where photography collection were emerging within an art context. There was a lot of photographs being collected, but he wanted to bring them together, not creating a hierarchy between those. So basically we look at like picture of the moon eclipse next to a print that is considered like an artistic print, So that's one aspect that I found inspiring as an artist, of this notion of like transdisciplinary thinking, which I found was extremely like refreshing to see that it actually happened 100 years ago, something we talk a lot now, and it's still so difficult to do that in an institution as an artist within an artistic practice as well. And so that's something I found positive, as well as him approaching a lot of people who were amateurs. So he was collecting a lot of works by, amateur photographers from book, photo clubs and things like that. Like people were actually not considered photographers. Like they were not even, looked at upon as such. So I found those are the two aspects, which I found actually those are positive for me, but also looking at that from an artistic point of view. And what can I take from that as an artist as well, within my own method?
I wonder how much of his, not only did he move across disciplines, but also moving in between all of these roles at the museum, which today are quite, compartmentalized, like museums are quite siloed. So it's striking that and maybe there was a need for this at the time because, there weren't necessarily people trained to do all the kinds of specialty jobs that we have now in museums. So he also moved across these roles, but also all of these roles were in the backstage. He was not, not front stage. And as most of history, the support structure, the people who function within the support structures are left out of history. So it's really such an incredible thing that you brought him back into the forefront, so to speak, or brought him to the forefront for the first time. But to go back to the point you made about the transdisciplinary, using today's term, the transdisciplinary nature of what he was doing and how he didn't make a hierarchy in the 1913 photographic exhibition between science, art, and technology, et cetera, specimens, I said science. In the book, and you mentioned in your talk a precursor to this, which was Worm's Cabinet of Curiosities, but also in the book, I think you mentioned Warburg's Atlas, and I think I mentioned the independent group's Parallel of Life and Art 1953 exhibition, and Warburg was mid to late 20s. So this 1913 exhibition, which doesn't privilege one kind of object or knowledge over another, it doesn't predate the Cabinet of Curiosities, but it predates Warburg and the independent group. And so what you say about him being transdisciplinary, if you think about the 1913 exhibition in the context of what happened the next 50 years, it almost seems visionary, right? With the Cabinet of Curiosities as a foundation, in a sense. There's no question from that, but the duration of this project, 8 years, that's a long time, and not such a long time, because this work and this research that you've done, it's so dense, and there's so many layers to unpack, much like unpacking the archive was for you. And I hope that, the audience was able to kind of get the structure of it. It took me a long time to, this metaphor, it's a terrible metaphor, but this idea of like, I can't think of a better one now, I'm sorry, but this idea of a clown car, like you open the door, one clown comes out, and then more and more and more, because in this book, you're not just dealing with one collection and one person, but you're dealing with like many of the major topics of the 20th century and late 19th century: technology, war, making of a nation, the omission of women from history, which you get to a little bit in the caption section, which I want to talk about. There's really so much that one can, pick up on and go so much further with. You started in the book, but there's still, so much that one can think about just from, for example, you have this list of events. What's the name of it again from the book? The dust jacket, but the dust jacket doesn't have a title, right?
No.
Okay, so the dust jacket of the book lists one world event that happened for each of the 156 images in the book. Am I getting these numbers? 166. And that again is you're mirroring this process of selection and exclusion that Smiley does, because you pick out certain world events that don't necessarily directly correspond to the images, but that have this, of course, association because it's all historical. So, and in those world events that you choose to put in the dust jacket, in some of them you mention women, you mention Anna Atkins, you mention 2 women that found a comet through a telescope. How did you, because if I were to approach this, I don't even think I would know how to do it, because out of all of these historical moments, how did you choose the ones to list in the dust jacket?
I'm not sure I can answer this like in 1 minute, but to be honest, like the dust jacket is the dust jacket of another dust jacket of another dust jacket of another dust jacket. I think what I find interesting with the captioning, and it's also my use of the captioning, is actually questioning the captioning of the images. So what happens when one actually look at an image and its caption, we kind of know that, if you even think about our usual mechanism of looking at an image, we first look at what is written, or even a painting or art in general, we first look at the caption, we first look at the title, and then we look at the image. And this is something I've been working with for years, actually, by like realizing how images, where they're, for instance, distributed in newspaper, sometimes have completely different captioning, and it's very difficult to understand what is actually the real caption or the wrong caption. And by looking at the scientific captions that are used by the Smithsonian, like the institutional caption, there are also a lot of gaps, and most of the captions are not even captions. So the choice that I like for my caption, I would say, are of course not limited to this only one caption that the image has. It's actually, that's what I meant with like the dust jacket as another dust jacket. Like each caption could actually have another caption and so on. But the decision for those one are the ones that also reflect within other works of mine to start with, and other interest, and that also kind of focus on other gaps that could be, the gaps between image and caption, but also the gaps in the archive, of the gaps of indeed like women not being represented in official narratives. So to actually emphasize those and bring those up, even though, and to really then question what we're looking at in terms of images.
Yeah, its captions are so often a afterthought. It drives me pretty crazy when I see captions that are incorrect or not formatted correctly, or, because there's some, the captions give us veracity in a sense for the for the images that they correspond to. Back to the duration of the project. So the images that appear in the book are the images that you took on the first day. You were in the archives and you made so many subsequent visits, and you took so many more images. You took 7,000 images of this archive. So what was it about the images on the first day that led you to make those the crux of the book and the project? And that's part one. And part two, I'm curious to hear what were the biggest surprises as you went more and more through this archive. So whatever, in other words, whatever you imagine this to be on the first day with these images that we see in the book, what did this archive actually become to you today?
I think it's I think for anyone who is involved in artistic practice, it's quite normal to do something, you're not really sure why you do it, and then years later you look back at it and it's like, well, actually everything was there. So I think I had to take like all those trips and spend so much time in DC in order to be able to actually look back at the images I took and that I didn't look at properly. So it's a process of actually looking more attentively to images by taking other images, which I know it's a lot of like kind of doubling of things, but that's how I work. It's in order to actually look back at those first images I took, I had to like dig in and look at other things and photograph other things and think about the archive and so on in order to be able to look at what I was seeing. There's something extremely seductive in the first images I took. And my first impression was like, those are too seductive, I should not touch them. So it's like I took them, printed them out, and then put them in a box, and then knew that I wanted to actually look further. I was extremely interested in the details that Millie gave on the vitrine, for instance, and the color and material of the vitrine. So I was trying to track down one cabinet that is in the storage somewhere, and this took just by itself 2 years to figure out. So the surprise, there are many surprises. I think there were some moments of confusion and shock that happened by seeing how much time one can spend with an institution and how much time one can actually spend in an archive, and see how the archive is absolutely non-functioning. I think that's like one of, to really kind of start looking, at database and knowing as well the subjective aspect of the people who work in the archive. I mean, we're talking about people who make very specific decisions, and those decisions actually may affect completely the way those objects we're looking at. And we're talking about objects from colonial factor. Yeah. So we're not talking just about specimen, like we're talking about things that were stolen from all around the world, being brought back, and what you see is like a description of like 3 stones from perhaps Korea. And you're like, whoa, I mean, if that's the way of dealing actually with the care and responsibility and ethics that are connected to institutions such as the Smithsonian, which is actually, if I'm not mistaken, the biggest museum in the world, this is a moment of shock and not surprising either by spending many times with other institutions. But this was like one of the surprise that may not be a surprise, but that is still like stick a bit weirdly in my throat, to be honest. Positively seen, on the other hand, is, and that's also the weirdness about that, is that the entire archive of the Smithsonian, even though it's this massive institution, is run by only a couple of people. And the knowledge actually occur only when you start talking with people and asking about people. And at the moment those people disappear or pass away or so on, this knowledge is actually gone. And for instance, a logbook of Millie not being found, it's like, just to know that there was a logbook, I first had to talk to someone who talked to someone to talk to another person. And I found the team extremely supportive and fantastic. And yet also like, yeah, as I said, it's like their knowledge is in their hands. And how much time can one look at the own archiving of the archive of an institution, I mean, it's, so it's, I guess those are the thing. And then also this notion of the size of the current collection of photography and knowing that most of the artifacts are never going to be shown. So
Yeah.
we talk about collections that is actually not on display, a collection that is not properly digitized or is not really accessible digitally, and a collection that, although for many political reasons, cannot be shown. So it's those are, I would say, surprises that are inherent to any work dealing with institutions, but they are still, I think, worth mentioning in terms of, unpleasant surprises that may seem very common, but yet that are still difficult to deal with.
And that that criticality towards the collection and the archive is in your book. It's not, it's not front and center, and you don't explicitly say it. And Ruth talks about it in her text. But it's you make it so obvious without it being so didactic, which is, I think, one of the real strengths of the book. The book has, several different parts. You have the images that the images that you copied and present in the book, and then you have the reconstruction of the captions for all of those images. Then you have the dust jacket, which lists the historical events. Then you have the images from the 1913 exhibition and the 3 essays. So there's all these parts which kind of almost have, equal weight and function very well with each other in order to present this picture to us in a really, not just in a kind of holistic way, but also you give all the materials and the knowledge for the reader to construct what this is and also make their own sense of it. You give the reader an archive, let's say, the same thing that happens to you, that same thing that you did, and the reader is left to kind of construct it and put in the pieces and activate it, which is what archives are for. But we only have 2 more minutes. So I want to ask one more question, and then if there's a question from the audience, we'd be very happy to hear it. My last question is, in the book, I think somewhere you say that you want the reader to, and it relates to what I just said, the question, you want the reader to experience the book with the same kind of noise that you experience the archive. So with these kinds of gaps in information and these uncertainties. Maybe I answered the question I asked, but the question is, how do you want the reader to experience this book? There's so many ways to enter it, and I don't think you're prescriptive in any sense, but if you can imagine an ideal scenario or how you first started to conceive of it, what would that be?
Well, I think it's the same ways that I myself enter this kind of work. It's like coming back to a book many, many times. And I think that's something we tend to forget about artist books as well. It's not just you read it and you close it and you put it on your shelf, but actually looking at it again, opening it, looking into an image, closing it again. Basically companion.
Yeah. That's really a nice way of putting it. If there's a question from the audience, now's the time. Okay, now's not the time, but thank you all so much.
Thanks a lot.
Yeah.
Check. Check. April is the cruelest month. Check, check. We're going to get started, everyone. Hi, I'm David Senior. I'm the organizer of the classroom program here. But we're thrilled to have a program about general idea and to coordinate it with two major new publications about general idea. We have them featured here. Yeah. And we have Adam Welch from the National Gallery of Canada presenting the tome of general idea, which AA told me yesterday sets off the passenger alarm in a car, like where if you have a weight in a passenger seat and it starts beeping to tell you to put on your seatbelt. That book does that. And Claire Gilman, chief curator at the Drawing Center, and this very fresh book, Ecce Homo, that is a series of drawings from general idea in the early days of the group. And we have Alex Kitnick, art historian, art critic. Most recent book, Early Warning Signals, talks about Marshall McLuhan and the resonance of his work and theory on contemporary art and culture. So how we're going to do this is Adam's going to present some slides on the National Gallery of Canada retrospective book, and then Claire will present the Drawing Center book and project, and then Alex will serve as a kind of respondent to the conversation. Okay, go. Thanks.
Perfect. So I should say, in addition, can folks hear me? Is that good? Yeah. In addition to setting off the passenger alarm in cars, AA also told me that it's 8.5 pounds, which is a consideration for shipping, which was incidentally his weight at birth. So now when I carry these books around, I think I'm like carrying like baby AA around through. Yes, so this book was published on the occasion of a retrospective exhibition that I organized for the National Gallery of Canada. It opened back in June, and it's on through November 20th. The book and the exhibition are both retrospective. They both aspire to a certain comprehensiveness, let's say, and also to render a certain legibility to GI's practice, but they do different things. And so what I wanted to do this afternoon was to show, in a very provisional way, galleys from the book, installation views from the exhibition, and kind of alternate. It might be a bit disorienting, so I'm not sure how this is going to work, but to alternate between the book and the show, and to point out some of the places where they coincide, where they diverge, where one can accomplish something that the other can't, and effectively how they complement each other. So this is the book. I'm going to assume that if you're here for a talk on general idea publications, you know the kind of basic outline of who GI was. But I'll just say a couple of words so that we're all kind of grounded. They were an artist group that formed in Toronto, in Canada in 1969, consisted of 3 members, A.A. Bronson, Felix Parts, and Jorge Zontal. The group ceases to exist in 1994 with the deaths of Felix and Jorge from complications of AIDS. So we're looking at like a 25-year practice effectively through the 70s, 80s, and early 90s. And one of the things that's really remarkable about their work is that they employ an amazing array of strategies, of materials, of techniques. And so the retrospective, as you'll see from the installation shots, is a quite varied, it's quite a varied encounter, and it doesn't look like a typical monographic show, I think, if you're expecting, painting, sculpture, photographs, what have you. They also, of course, quite famously engaged with media, as Alex knows very well, and we're absolutely children of Marshall McLuhan's pervasive and very influential media theories, especially in Canada in the 1960s. They kind of were formed by this. And so they employ broadcast television, they make video work, they also publish extensively. Many of you will know that GI and their affiliated Art Metropole have been publishing actively. AA has made over 300 books, both with GI and as a solo artist. And then most, I think, famously, File magazine, which was their own artist periodical, which they started to make in 1972 and ceased in 1989. So that's kind of GI in a nutshell. The book, I just want to give some shout outs and some credits to how the book came together. I'm showing you the facing page colophon title page for the book. It was designed by the extraordinary designer Garrick Gott. Garrick, you may know because he created the visual language for the art book fair back for the inaugural edition. And had worked with AA a lot, so they had a very close working relationship. And AA really conceptualized the project from the outset. So although I'm the editor of the book, really it was a total collaboration between AA, Garrick, and myself. We also are fortunate to have a super publications team at the National Gallery of Canada, led by Yvan Parisien. And Tessier, our English editor, was Carolyn Wetherilt. And believe it or not, we have a separate French volume because we're a bilingual institution. So the French editor was Valérie Mandia. Lots of new texts. We commissioned folks, including Alex, who wrote a brilliant essay on GI and painting, along with a few others, Beatrix Roof, which I'll talk about in a moment, Dietrich Dietrichson, Elizabeth Levovici, lots of good pithy essays. This is the title wall of the show, which you can see looks strikingly familiar to the cover of the book. That's not by accident. We borrowed Garrick's really strong visual identity for the book for the exhibition design. So that's the title wall. And interestingly, both the book and the exhibition are arranged in a kind of three-part structure. But kind of confusingly for what I'm going to say, they're three parts, but they don't correspond to each other. So they're quite different in how they actually treat GI's practice. The book is arranged in three parts, and within each one of those parts, performances and actions in the streets and in the showroom, the material is arranged in pretty much strict chronological order. The titles in the streets and in the showroom relate to this extended metaphor that GI used throughout their practice of the Miss General Idea vehicle. So this vehicle had three kind of manifestations or states, let's say. It could be in the garage, which was in the artist's studio. It could be in the showroom, which was the gallery or museum kind of infrastructure, or it could be in the streets. And that effectively is kind of the work, especially the media work that exists in public spaces. And so we borrowed that idea for the organization of the book. I'll talk more about the sections as we go through them. Now the show has three parts. There are 12 galleries, an introductory space, which we're looking at now, a conclusion. And then between those, the three parts are really devoted to, it's a kind of periodizing arrangement. 1970s, lots of conceptual performance, body art. 1980s, largely given over to painting and sculpture. 70s is very, very black and white, kind of de-skilled work. The 80s, much more color. There's a much brighter palette to that section. And then the third section is devoted to a series of three large installations from the early 1990s, kind of immersive works that they realized for galleries through the 90s. The show opens with these great so-called computer paintings, which are among GI's best known visual kind of self-presentations. The one I like the most is Baby Makes Three, which you see on the left, which is them kind of provoking the pervasive assumption that they lived as a throuple and that we're effectively like sleeping in the same bed all the time. When in fact they had, you know, other relationships, but this idea of these three grown men tucked into bed together, I just love. AA wrote a new text for the work, which borrows from, interestingly, I think in the context of Alex's recent book, Marshall McLuhan's Counterblast, which itself is a kind of riffing off of Wyndham Lewis's Blast from the early 20th century, beautifully typeset here by Garrick, kind of like a series of thank yous. And then the other kind of prefatory material is an extended interview between Beatrix Roof and A.A. Bronson. I should mention that Beatrix is will be the receiving curator for the show when it travels. It goes next to the Stedelijk Museum Amsterdam in March, and then to the Gropiusbau in Berlin in September. So she'll be reconfiguring the show for those presentations. Here we're into the start of the first section of the show, and I think this wall is kind of interesting to look at. This is a lot of the kind of early, often quite expansive and kind of sociable projects that they engaged in through the late 60s and early 70s. If you could see details, you'd see images of various collaborators. They didn't really kind of coalesce as a trio until about 1973. They had a lot of different collaborators and partners for those first 4 years of their work together. And that's what you see on this wall. And now I want to show how that's translated into the book. And you're going to, you're seeing here some of the page spreads from that first section, performances and actions. What you don't actually see is that in the book, this part is printed on kind of vellum. So it actually has this kind of translucent effect. So it's only printed verso, it's only printed recto rather. And then you get this kind of superimposition of images. So there's a quality that's almost kind of like an accumulation of images or kind of interference between projects, which is really quite beautiful. And that's something that Garrick and AA arrived at. But I also love because there's a certain kind of fuzziness or illegibility to the images. Like they're not super crisp when they're printed on this paper. And so there's something that feels very much in the spirit of that early work. And the way that we presented it, pinned to the wall, very kind of lo-fi presentation. This next gallery, if you know anything about GI's practice in the 70s, they were obsessed with the beauty pageant. They had the Miss General Idea pageant, a series of performances, and then audience rehearsals, beginning in 1970, ending in 1977. This is how it looks in the show, the kind of contestant images that were submitted, blown up, and then in this vitrine, the entry kit with this charming liver-colored taffeta dress that they sent out to various contestants, would-be contestants, I should say. This appears in the first part of the book, printed on this vellum. So here you're seeing some images from the actual performance. And then it also appears in the third part of the book. So the third part in the showroom is a much more kind of conventional, classical exhibition catalog presentation of a plate section. So you can see from these galleys, you have recto, a plate, and then often on the verso, you'll have an installation view from a previous exhibition or other kind of secondary material reproduced. So what I love about the way that Garrick has approached this is that he is reproducing, almost at size or definitely legible, all of this material. So really, I think for the reader, as opposed to the visitor for the exhibition, there's an opportunity to really delve into this a little bit more closely, which isn't really always possible, I think, in moving through an exhibition, especially a large exhibition. This is 15,000 square feet, over 200 works. So it's a big show, the largest that's been organized to date. This is a reconstruction of a very important show they had in 1975 at the Carmen Lamana Gallery in Toronto, their principal dealer through most of the 70s and 80s. And then when it is translated or represented in the book, you can see that we have reproduced a selection of the show cards. These are kind of like architectural or inspirational images put on this kind of paste-up sheet that they used. You can see an installation view from that original show in 75, and then some of the diazotypes enlarged. So again, this idea of making this material, especially the text of this material, available to folks. Okay, so we're now into the second. I hope this is this landing for folks? Yes, kind of. It's making sense. Okay, good, because I realize in flipping back and forth between a book and a show, it could be a bit disorienting. So in the show, we're now in the beginning of the second part, given over largely to the 1980s. This centers on, possibly if you know GI's practice, that they constructed an imaginary pavilion to host the 1984 pageant. And so a number of works that are in this gallery are conceived of as rooms of the pavilion. So we're seeing this great galvanized steel boutique, which is the gift shop. Out of view behind us is the Color Bar Lounge, which is the cocktail bar for the pavilion. And then this other room just to the left of the boutique is Reconstructing Futures, which is the green room for the pavilion. So a lot of their projects were conceived of as kind of like piecemeal constructing this fictional architecture. The kind of commitment and interest in investigating mass media works is really announced in this gallery through the presence of a video called Test Tube, which is quite important in terms of their practice. In the book, it's represented in the second part, so the In the Streets section. Now, this part of the book is printed on a kind of coated magazine stock, and you can see that that Garrick's layout here kind of replicates more like columns of a magazine or some kind of periodical, right? As it appears here, it's of course stills from the video and a nice description of the work. But what we've also done, in addition to the show and the book, is a website, which I encourage you to visit called generalideatv.com, which makes available for free for the run of the exhibition 8 videos by GI. So we're still in this lockdown pandemic moment, and we didn't think that people would be able to spend half an hour in the galleries watching a video, so we decided to make it available online. So the video work is also kind of in addition to the book and the show, and I think is worth noting. The other nice thing I think we realized quite early on was that we wanted to reprint crucial kind of layouts or spreads from File magazine. So the Glamour Manifesto, for instance, where the relationship between text and image seemed really important to maintain, rather than just kind of excerpting the text. Or here, this great kind of like almost mock flyer, which was related to the boutique that we just saw. Also reproduced kind of at scale in the book. And there are a few, I'd say maybe half a dozen of these incursions through the second part. Here we're seeing the section devoted to the so-called fragment works, so the archaeological works. The pavilion tragically burns during an audience rehearsal. So someone yells fire from off stage, and very sadly, it's never really constructed. This typical GI move. And so they, in the early 1980s, become archaeologists. They were architects building this pavilion. Now they're archaeologists mining or sifting through the ruins of this structure. And the character of this work is really almost as kind of mock Pompeian murals or allusions to rituals that are very enigmatic. Of course, the narrative element in all of their work is so critical. What I love again, and here you're seeing a lot more of these installation views. Exhibition history effectively is being conveyed through these comparative images, which is important, I think, for understanding the kind of history of display of GI's works. They were shown in a particular way from 1969 to 1994, but then AA has also elaborated a kind of certain ways of showing this work and ways of showing this work in relation to each other. And I think that we really try to capture that by including lots of installation views from past exhibitions. This is, of course, their best known body of work, the AIDS, or subsequently it's been called the image virus work. This, of course, mutation of Robert Indiana's Love. And again, kind of similar to that wall I showed you in the first gallery, we have this inset wall case with all of this material kind of pinned directly to the wall. Here you see the repetition of this motif in various formats, right? It began as a painting for an AmFAR benefit in June 1987, and then very quickly it became a poster campaign on the streets of New York, and then subsequently postage stamps, T-shirts, jewelry, all sorts of extensions. And so in the book, those are all captured in the street section. So this idea of the work kind of meeting folks, not within this kind of gallery network or gallery system, but rather on the streets as, say, a billboard or wheat pasting on construction hoarding, or indeed as postage stamps. And so those things are included in the exhibition as well. And there's a kind of very close correspondence, I think, to how those are represented in the book and in the show. Now, this is the end of the second section, and the third part of the show is very difficult, I think, for me to convey in slides or indeed in the book. It really consists of 3 quite moving immersive installations, all of which have the AIDS crisis and AIDS really as their subject, although in a much less direct way than this body of work that I'm showing you here. In 1990, Felix and Jorge learned that they're HIV positive, and so the work takes on, I think, a much more acute significance for them. At first, it's really in solidarity with friends. They're living in New York from 1986 onwards, so they're making the work thinking about community, thinking about those relations. But by 1990, which is when these large installations start to take shape, there's a quite different relationship I think they have. Again, this doesn't do it justice in image, but this is a room that's about, I would say, maybe 30 meters, maybe like 100 feet by 50 feet deep, something like that, completely surrounded in these cool fluorescent lights, 8-foot fluorescents, which established kind of horizon line almost in the space. And then filled with sheets, 4x8 sheets of expanded polystyrene. It's like styrofoam sheets. So the effect is really quite, there's a real kind of, I think, embodied experience that the light is very cold. It's also, as you encounter it, it kind of reaches you 2/3 way through the show when you're beginning to experience museum fatigue. You've been doing a lot of close reading. You've been like looking and reading lots of wall text, and suddenly you turn a corner and very quickly you move through a sequence of these installations, which are much more embodied, I think, than the previous galleries. This work is called Fin de siècle, I should mention that, which are these 3 faux fur harp seal pups, making this relationship between the strong public support to end commercial seal hunting, which is a pervasive kind of public discourse when they made this work in Canada, especially. And then also this reference to these 3, obviously a kind of self-portrait, helpless pups cast adrift in this icy landscape. So in the book, this is the extent of its representation. Really, is one plate and a detail. But then, in order to kind of amplify the importance of this body of work, I commissioned Elizabeth Lebovici to write a short text on her encounter with the work as she saw it in an exhibition in Paris, and to kind of riff a little bit on its associations, especially now. They also made a photographic work that we saw in those computer paintings in the first room. So clearly intending for us to read this as a self-portrait. The next installation is Magic Carpet, Magic Bullet. A pair of works. This was shown at MoMA late last year, so you might look familiar to you. Toward the end of their practice together, they riff and start to make allusions and indeed kind of appropriate other artists' work. So here are a reference to Warhol's Silver Clouds and to Flavin in the Magic Carpet work. As these balloons deflate, they're filled with helium. Visitors are encouraged to take them home. In the book, it's a plate. There's not much we can do to kind of suggest, I think, that experience. And then the last of these installations, One Year, One Day at AZT. This really comes out of Felix's experience with the antiviral drug and representing the 1,825 pills for a year, and then the 5 pills of the daily dose. And here in the book, we show them as installation views of the power plant, and then in Stuttgart in quite different configurations. And then this is the last gallery, the conclusion, which brings together all of these works of the last year and a half of their collaboration. Jorge and A are living in New York. Felix has really continued to live in Toronto throughout this period. But as Jorge's health is declining, they decide to move back to Canada to be able to have healthcare at home and care at home. And so they take out an apartment together. They live together for the first time in many years. The scale of their work becomes much more domestic. So they begin to make, easel painting like the Infected Mondrian works. They kind of redouble their efforts to explore multiples, like this great Décolle, the glass butt plugs, on the last of their boutique, the Coeur Volant boutique. Here's a spread from the book showing the presentation of Frieze Masters and wallpaper. And then one of the last works in the show is a kind of new presentation of a work called Fruits de Mer, seafood, which has these allusions to Yves Klein and to Marcel Bruters, all kind of packed into this, as A describes it, like a very faggy Greek restaurant, like all these kind of like nets and things and fluorescent lights. Here presented as a kind of aquarium almost, whereas previously, and these are some spreads from the book, it's been shown more as a kind of room-size installation. So that's a kind of walk-through orientation through the exhibition and the book. Thanks for indulging me. I hope that was interesting to see some images. And I'll make a plug toward the end of the show. I think AA is going to be doing a book signing at the National Gallery table, National Gallery Drawing Center table. So a book signing for both of our books. So more on that later. Yeah, Claire,
Great.
over to you. Do you want to switch places and you can, or do you want to just use them?
I guess no, we could do that.
Yeah, okay.
All right, I'm gonna
Play
switch these
musical chairs in the
so we
moment.
don't- Great. I don't think I'm going to start with that anyway. Hello, everyone. It's very nice to be here today. And I think it's actually great to have these shows sort of together in this way here right now, because as you'll see, they're actually, I mean, they're very different, and yet they're quite related, particularly in terms of the way Adam was discussing this change that happens around 1985, 1986. Our publication is actually quite a bit simpler, as you can see, than the National Gallery publication. And I wasn't, I almost wish, so the show at the Drawing Center is co-organized by myself and Lionel Bouvier from MAMCO in Geneva. And I have to give credit to Lionel for really spearheading the production of this book, which is published by J.P. Ringier, an imprint that Lionel helped found. So normally the Drawing Center, we have our own series of publications called the Drawing Papers, and you will see some of those at our booth at the book fair. So this is really a special publication for us and takes a very different form, but it's an extremely simple publication, you'll see. So, but I'll talk a bit about how we arrived at that, that design for it. But so I think for my presentation, I'm going to talk a bit more just about the drawings and the exhibition and kind of feed the book in a little bit, because it wasn't sort of this feat in the same way that, the National Gallery book was this real feat. So I had just kind of put some, because I didn't know what Adam was bringing, I put some general idea images at the beginning, but we can kind of skip over those. Oh, it stopped moving. Do you know why? Oh, it's moving there, but not on my, okay, not on my thing. Let me go back, sorry. It's like a slow delay. I want to go to the, oh my God. It's like, no? Okay, good. Okay. So, and also I should say that our exhibition just opened on Thursday at the Drawing Center. So unfortunately, I don't have any installation images. We just received those this morning, so I wasn't able to include those in this presentation. But since we are in New York, it just means that you all have to go see the exhibition, which is up through January 15th. So you have quite a bit of time to do that. So putting on this show was a eye-opening experience for me, given that, like many people, I did not previously associate a general idea with drawing, and you didn't see any drawings in Adam's presentation. So in fact, the drawings that we are showing at the Drawing Center, they've been featured in small groups in Europe and Canada. Well, I think actually the drawings in Canada weren't even from this series because it was many, many, many years ago, but they have essentially never been seen in the US. So certainly the drawings are of a different order than the rest of General Ideas work. But I believe that they really offer a kind of new insight, or sort of enriched insight, I guess I would say, into General Ideas work, particularly in ways that address the conflicting feelings that critics have had or had in the day when confronting GI's AIDS-related work. So the drawings that we are showing at the Drawing Center were all produced by Jorge. who made them as a habitual practice during the group's daily brainstorming meetings. And yet they are considered to be collaborative because authorship was a collective enterprise for General Idea. So anything produced by one member of General Idea was considered to be produced by all members. And, you know, some projects they all had their hands in, and some projects was just sort of was spearheaded by one of the three members. So Jorge made drawings from throughout their existence, throughout his life. In fact, he was always drawing, but he drew more regularly, and it became a kind of more integrated part of GI from 1985 through the group's last meetings in 1993, which was also when Jorge, you know, wasn't able to continue drawing because he actually went blind at the end of his life. But shortly before he died, and before he was, and while he still had his eyesight, he went back through the drawings and he chose the ones that he considered to be finished, and he signed them GI. So I think you can see that in some of these drawings, and you'll see it when we get into some individual drawings. So taken as a whole, I think the drawings do investigate motifs that are found throughout GI's work, one of the most prominent being the poodle. I don't think we saw any poodles in your presentation, but so poodles were kind of a alter ego for General Idea. They talked about how they were, you know, they could be dressed up. There were these frivolous creatures. And I think AA recently said they were the queerest of dogs. But also this idea of kind of being made up, because that was like a big part of what General Idea did, was, you know, to take on disguises and alter egos. So, you know, many of the drawings are kind of winsome and mischievous and fun, like this poodle in curlers, or this one is called 3D poodle. You know, so you do see that kind of maverick, mischievous spirit that you associate with this first kind of half of General Idea that Adam was talking about. But there is a darker strain to these drawings, which marks that shift in GI's production, and which informed the way we approached the show and the accompanying publication. So as I see it, there is a kind of pain and gravity that really runs throughout the drawings, from even like a very, very early drawing from 1985, this series of this sort of figure shot through with holes, this very painful series of this called one-eyed face drawings. Even these kind of melting, I mean, these are quite fun in a certain way. These are images of sort of body parts morphing and transforming, but there is a kind of tragedy to them at the same time, you know, that's different than early GI. And then I'm just trying to see what I have here. Do I have and then going through to these latest drawings, where Jorge made a very large series of drawings, in 1993 of cockroaches and bugs, which he had actually used earlier on, but which came at this time to represent the floaters in his eyes as he was going blind. So as Adam, I think, mentioned, 1985 was the year the group made the decision to leave their home city of Toronto, which was feeling to them increasingly isolated from the global art world, for New York. And it was also a time when the sort of early joie de vivre was tempered by the pervasive presence of AIDS, first in the lives of their friends and then in their own lives. So as AA kind of explained this transition to me in an email, I'm just going to give a few quotes from him, which I think are quite illuminating. He said that it was a period during which we had to face and somehow incorporate the illness and death of most of our friends, as well as Jorge and Felix themselves. The exhibition's title, Ecce Homo, deliberately references a 1923 publication by George Gross, the German artist George Gross, which AA came across in a secondhand. It's quite a famous publication, but he came across in a bookstore some years ago, and which he chose as a point of reference for the exhibition because, in his words, the anti-Semitism in Gross's narrative is mirrored by the homophobia in ours. So Gross's book actually follows a similar format to our catalog, and there are actually, AA was recently explaining to to me that there were several different publications. So there was originally one was just black and white illustrations and one was color illustrations. So these are two different. Yes, and here is, thank you. I had some slides of the book, but I don't actually need those. And the book includes, George Gross's book includes, I think exactly 100 drawings. And I think ours was originally supposed to include 100 drawings, but we just couldn't stop at 100 drawings. So it's somehow somewhat more than 100 drawings, but they're also roughly the same size, similar font, similar black and white image on the cover. So George Gross's book is, happening at a time when the Nazis were just sort of coming into power. Like George Gross did, it outlines the foibles and corruption of German society. And AA, in explaining this connection, says the title Ecce Homo, in our case, refers to general idea self-deprecatingly as homos. It is a kind of self-portrait of as the rejected part of society. In North America, we represented that part of society left to die in a pandemic, which conveniently ignored the white-moneyed straight folk. Notably, there is no text in the George Gross catalog. And when we were originally putting this together, AA wanted there to be no text in our catalog. And I think the reason, and I understand that, because part of the reason for this is that the catalog makes its point through the sort of visceral power of the imagery, which is in fact quite distinct from the general idea retrospective catalog, where the images are there, but it's really about context and information and how important that is. But I still felt, since nothing has been written about these drawings, that it was important that we include some sort of text. So we came up with this compromise, which is we have this little insert, which looks very small, but it's actually quite a bit of text in there, put on this tiny little, so it comes out of the book. So the book really can exist as this artist's book separate. And this insert includes an essay by myself and an interview with AA, myself, and Lionel. So I think it worked. We were all happy with that compromise. And I think that, and again, then placing the focus on the kind of the sort of immediacy and urgency of these images. So I think that the catalogs are great complements to each other, just as the shows are great complements to each other. So returning to the drawings, here's just an image of our catalog. I'm just gonna get, okay, I've got it, sorry, I've got to go a little farther here to get out of this, back to the drawings. Okay, so I think that, it is not necessarily in their subject matter primarily, although, there are identifiable moments of pathos in the subject matter, but that their urgency lies. Rather, I would say it is in their format, which is a term that General Idea actually used to describe the various media that they used over the years to put forward their content. And it is a format, like much of General Idea's work, is predicated on a kind of obsessive repetition. So, to make these drawings, Jorge actually, you can see this sort of from the way I've set this up, but would take certain motifs and he would render them over and over and over again, not necessarily at the same time. So he would actually pull a drawing out, and that was from several years ago, and he would bring it in and then trace it and do it again. But that idea of sort of taking something and, in a way, treating the drawings kind of like multiples, which was something that was, a very important format for General Idea. But, obviously in this case is something that is specific to Jorge, but yet resonates with General Idea's production as a whole. So, a kind of analysis of this focus on a kind of obsessive repetition that was very helpful for me is a book by Greg Bordowitz called Image Virus, which is talking specifically about that project Image Virus that Adam was mentioning. I don't know if you explained, I don't think you explained it specifically what they did with that project, but basically they took Robert Indiana's love, love logo, which I think many people are familiar with, and substituted it with the word AIDS. And then they kind of spread that all over the city. They wheat pasted on posters on buses. They produced paintings, postcards. And I think this project, and it was launched in the mid 80s and around the time when they moved to New York. And it was kind of misunderstood in its day as making light of the disease at a time when an overtly activist stance was considered the only appropriate one, particularly in New York City. However, as Bordewitz asserts, he talks about it how in submitting this word AIDS to a kind of explosive iteration, right, broadcasting it, as I said, on the sides of buses, et cetera, they adopted the virus's own logic against itself. And in replicating this word over and over and over again to the point of absurdity, they revealed its very meaninglessness and insufficiency. So the effort to sort of try and encapsulate this disease, as well as the urgent desire to do so. And this quote from Bordewitz was very, illuminating for me. He says, "The direct experience of AIDS exceeds representation. AIDS is always more than an image. It is a mourning, sadness, tears, shaking, sobbing bodies." And that sort of a light bulb really went off in my mind when I read that in thinking about the drawings, because to me, it really is that same sort of mourning, sadness, tears, shaking, sobbing, that you see in these drawings. And sorry, it's hard for me to navigate this thing, but I'm trying to go back to some of these those early melting faces that I showed. But anyway, whether it's these sort of quivering, dancing amoebas, the kind of grinning ghosts, I think that we pass through, or those sort of melting faces, there is this feeling of a kind of, this kind of propulsive need to perhaps achieve some kind of resolution, and a sort of failure to do that in a way that acknowledges a kind of inexhaustibility that's quite similar to the AIDS virus project. And I think that in that propulsive urgency, the drawings offer a kind of visceral or sort of material incarnation of general ideas, longstanding sort of preoccupation with the necessity and inadequacy of signs, like the word AIDS. So notably, and I think that the drawings manifest this kind of palpable urgency, even if we can't explicitly understand their meaning. And, some of these series, AA is able to explain what they mean, others he's not. But they are notably unified not only by these repeating motifs and techniques, but also by their consistent size and extreme frontality. So more often than not, they depict these kind of single entities, frequently sort of mask-like visages or sort of human-animal hybrids. And even ones that sort of depict multiple motifs are kind of mask-like in their flatness and attention to surface. There are often these sort of orifices, but the orifices are often barred either by cross-hatching or sort of by these, the bandage that I showed you in the one-eyed face. So they're weirdly kind of dizzyingly full and at the same time kind of strangely vacant, like this one, almost having these kind of stain-like moments and sort of open contours. And so I guess for me, I think in this kind of this sense of a sort of urgency, but also inaccessibility, and in this kind of insistent flow, they really are an intimate manifestation of representation's inadequacy and urgency. And these ideas were obviously becoming very important to them as they were thinking about death and about the possibility of survival. And there's a drawing that actually opens the show, which is quoting, it's in fact taken from a homeless man's sign. And I don't know if I have it, I probably have it here, but I'm not gonna be able to find it at the moment. That they saw, and it was actually a homeless man living with AIDS, and the sign said, I'm down on my luck, I lost my job, can anyone help? I'm just trying to survive. If you don't know that story, obviously there's a certain humor in seeing a sign like that, because we've seen signs like that. Then I guess one day AA told me the man just simply wasn't there. He was gone. So we can sort of interpret what that means. But I think that idea of trying to survive is really the feeling that I get from these drawings. And it's interesting, in an early interview, AA said, when Jorge, Felix, and I began working together as General Idea, we were aware of two opposing forces in our communal life, the desire to produce art and the desire to survive. And I think these drawings manifest that kind of intensity of purpose at the core of General Idea's work, you know, in this period, but also throughout. So that's my hope that this drawing show will bring that side to the fore. Yeah, that's my presentation.
Nice. I'm feeling a little shy and maybe even jealous being up here because I have not made an exhibition, but such is the lot of the critic, perhaps, that we respond. I was thinking, I can't remember the man's name, but he was the president of Harvard University, and he came up with this idea of the 5-foot shelf. He wanted to make an edition of books, and this would be kind of everything educated person should know should fit on a 5-foot shelf. And I was thinking about that today and realized that, you know, at this point, I think I have a 5-foot shelf of General Idea material. And maybe there's 10 pounds right here. And but all told, it's quite heavy and it's quite voluminous. There's artist books at the beginning, there's File magazine, there's many exhibition catalogs, and the words kind of come and come and come. And they're a supplement, but they're also integral to the practice of General Idea at the same time. And listening to both of you talk, I was thinking a little bit about kind of why so many publications. And I mean, in a certain sense, General Idea is kind of the ACT art book fair artist, right? I mean, I don't want to say without General Idea there would be no art book fair, but in a way they took the art book into all these, or the art publication, the art magazine, and also thought about publishing as not necessarily bound to books, but that publishing could take many different forms. I think they investigated it, you know, almost more than any. I hate to make hyperbolic claims, but it's a Friday, I'll say something big. You know, that they maybe explored the form of publication kind of more than any other artist. And that though they kind of came of age and crystallized in this late 1960s, early 1970s moment, you know, that we call conceptual art, and the idea of publishing was kind of central to conceptualism. I think what's really interesting is that General Idea never stopped, right? And they stayed with publishing, and they kind of imagined it and reimagined it again and again and again. And one question I think that I have had and still have is kind of, so why so many publications? Why is publishing so integral and essential to their practice? And I think part of it has to do with thinking, I don't know if I want to say site specifically, you know, you guys know the word I'm thinking about, or geographically, but to think about kind of where they were, and the fact that Toronto, you know, I think had an art scene and certainly had an art school and universities, and that they were a part of it, but they were trying to make a milieu, they were trying to make a scene, and all of their work, I think, was kind of in the service of networking and bringing together, both in Toronto and, you know, the idea of the pageant, and there were all these kind of social affairs and reasons to come together, but so much kind of printed matter, which both kind of staged and orchestrated those social occasions. So on the one hand, I think the publishing kind of helped make a scene where they were, but that publishing for them was also a really important way of bridging gaps and spanning distances, so that in Toronto they could connect with artists in New York, in California, Europe, and elsewhere. So, I think the publication kind of let them do so much. And I saw in the acknowledgement page that Adam showed that AA wrote for the catalog. It just said at the top, the first thing before anything else, I think it said art equals life. And I was actually thinking, publishing in a weird way is that like equal sign. Publishing was a way of them to kind of let them bridge the gap, that let them kind of get out art into life, and that also I think brought kind of life into art in a way. But my last thought, which will now lead into a question. Adam, when you were talking, you kind of looked out to the audience and you said, "Is this landing?" And for me, I was like, "Oh yes, I know that feeling," because there's something I think, and if we have time for questions, and hopefully we'll have time for a couple, I'd be curious to hear what people think, because 5 minutes. Okay, I'm winding it up. There's always a question. There's so much narrative and there's so much arc to general idea, right? Many works of art, we at least have the fiction that we can stand in front of them and kind of get them to some extent. But I think with general idea, there are works which certainly kind of deliver on their own. But there's a way in which you do kind of have to nerd out on general idea, right? If you weren't in Toronto, if you weren't part of the scene, if you weren't receiving the magazines, if you weren't reading File, and this question, is it landing? Am I conveying, can you hear me now kind of idea, which I think, you as curators and myself as a critic are always working with some idea of the public and conveyance and getting across. And I guess since we only have 5 minutes, I'd love to turn it back to you and maybe ask a question about narrative. How does one, whether in the exhibition form or publication form or some kind of intersection of the two, can one convey narrative? And also, I guess I would ask, how much is lost? How much just can't be conveyed? I wish we had more time.
Yeah. No, I had that, or is it landing question, if folks can hear me on the mic. I think because the book was made and sent to press almost a year ago now, and I've been in like tour giving mode in the exhibition, right? I've been doing some, with high school students, with folks who have no familiarity with GI. I often check in with visitors to be like, is this, because the narrative, as Alex was saying, through the 70s, this idea of, the pageant and building the pavilion and its destruction and the archaeological work, there's a very highly structured way in which a lot of these projects can kind of fit together. And that was part of the motivation for doing a show that was arranged chronologically, as kind of like, boring as that sounds, there'd never been a chronologically arranged retrospective exhibition. Always, the two previous traveling shows always kind of indulged curators. I shouldn't say that, they were fabulous shows, but bringing together disparate threads, but not aspiring to a certain legibility, let's say. I'm looking at Ivana Dizdar, who is a curatorial assistant for the project, and she and I wrote and spent a lot of time with didactics in the show to try and convey something of that complexity. But I think you're right, Alex, at a certain point, there's only so much you can do in an 80-word wall text. But the book, I think, steps into that and gives a much more complex kind of offering to readers as well. Yeah.
I mean, yeah, I mean, obviously I'm in a very different situation with my show than you are with your show, which is, I think, which is really fascinating, which is also why I think it's great that both shows are on. I don't have that. I don't have that is it landing problem in the same way. I mean, I might have an is it landing problem if people look at these drawings and are what the hell are these drawings? But I think they do speak as objects, and in fact, we did, and they do have this. I mean, I don't think you'll have that problem when you come see them because they're extraordinary and they hit you immediately. And we actually did the reverse. We didn't include much textual information at all because we do, in order to provide something, I did take the interview and I laminated the interview. So there are copies of the interview that you can take around in the space to give you a little bit of context. As I said, AA knows something about some of the series. So if I was giving a tour, I can give you a lot more information about some series, but he knows nothing about others. So it seemed very odd to have some wall labels for a few series and nothing for others. So we just decided not to do that. But there were still a lot of I mean, obviously, there were, and I know we have to start, there were a lot of, considerations that went into the installation. And I think for me, at the Drawing Center, again, it's just such different experiences. We're a one gallery. I mean, we have multiple galleries, but this show is in one gallery. But there were decisions about walls that were made, and obviously decisions about how everything was hung and wall color. But I think part of it is that because it is one space for me, and whenever I'm curating, it's very important to me that I am creating a mood. And it's not just about going around and looking at the individual works. It's that the exhibition as a whole has to resonate because it's as much about the entire thing as it is of the individual parts. So I'm always thinking very much about that, wanting you to go in and get a mood immediately as you walk in, and doing that through various ways, which I would go into if we had time, but I don't think we have time. So I think I'll stop.
Great. Well, thank you both so much. And I just want to make one final plug in terms of narratives and unpacking. On October 27th, which is a Thursday at the Drawing Center, there will be an evening that Claire and I have organized of artists on the exhibition and on the drawings in particular. Nayland Blake, who I happen to have spied in the audience, will be participating amongst others. But I think, this is an exciting moment of being able to see a general idea in its full breadth and also general idea very close up. So thank you so much for coming and hope to see you on the 27th.
a loop as well, this thing. Maybe I need to put a little, might need to do a thing so that it loops. How do we do that? Play that, oh, there we go, loop. All right, I'm just gonna put that on. Okay, all right. Hello, everybody. Is this mic on? Oh, yeah, it is. Hello, everybody. Thanks for joining us. My name is Lewis Chaplin. I'm the co-founder of Loose Joints. We published Rahim Fortune's book, I Can't Stand to See You Cry. When was that? April 21? Yeah, April 2021. Rahim has gone from strength to strength since then, including a nomination for the Paris Photo Book Awards in 21 and winning the Aal Discovery Award in 2022 for this work. We're thrilled to be presenting a second printing of the book that's just freshly arrived here for the book fair. And so to celebrate that, I'm very pleased to introduce Jordan Weitzman, who runs Magic Hour, which is a podcast and publishing house, who are also here at the New York Art Book Fair and a talented photographer. I'm going to leave it to you guys because I got to run back to the book fair. After this talk, we'll also be having a signing with Rahim at our booth, which is F11. And yeah, I'm going to press play on this little video and leave it to you guys.
Thanks, Lewis. Rahim, how are you?
Good to see you. Thank you, guys. We're going to try to make this as not weird as possible. I'm also excited to see this video that Lewis has put together. It's been a real treat working with them and seeing their kind of just continual growth as what feels like a grassroots, real, personable collaborators. It's really been a joy working with them. And, often when I speak about the process of making the book with the publisher, I can tell that other photographers didn't seem to have had the same process or trust with their publisher. And that's been such a blessing because I really do trust them with the work and that they understand exactly what it is that I'm trying to say and accomplish with it, and help me elevate it to that level. So I just wanted to give that thank you to Loose Joints.
I guess the first thing I want to ask you is, how did the book come about? How did the collaboration come about?
They contacted me through email in 2021 as they were kind of looking for forthcoming titles. And they sent me an email, and that's kind of where it started. I can expound on that because it was a little bit of a process from there.
Had you conceived of this body of work as a book, or was it just a body of work at that time?
Well, my first kind of inception of the project was going to be primarily photos of my father while we were caregiving for him. So there is a few kind of subtle interior moments that detail the kind of day in and day out process of caregiving for an ailing parent, and what that kind of did to family dynamics. So my initial thoughts was it was very much more centered around my father solely.
So, when you work on a book, it's interesting how with each edit, the overall meaning can shift and it can change. I'm curious how, when you landed on the edit that you did, how did you know that it felt right? Or how do you know that was the edit?
So often when I present this work in lectures, I play it to music. And Brad might be the only person here who's been able to see one of those talks. Sorry to call you out. But it fits perfectly. And I don't know if that's just me kind of, romanticizing it, but the edit really fits perfectly to the song, I Can't Stand to See You Cry. And there's something about that I almost sometimes to almost compare it to like a vinyl record and its kind of final quality of like the pressing, and that's how the sequence felt to me. And that's with me living with it for a while. I know your question is more initially, how did I feel? And I think that especially when you're about to publish a new book, most photographers, they don't really feel good about much. You feel really like, oh, I guess this is it. This is everything that I'm, is about to go out. So it's like a complicated thing. And then I think that always changes. You have moments where you feel amazing about it. You have, but overall, I feel very strongly that the sequence does it justice as a narrative tool.
So when you started, so initially there were just pictures of your dad, and then you started to mix in other kinds of motifs and other kinds of pictures. I'm curious about the unpeopled pictures. Like, how were you thinking about? Was there a certain tone you were looking for in those pictures?
Yeah, I mean, I off like this is a non-people photograph of a home on stilts near this train tracks. This photograph speaks to environmental illness and kind of like the chemicals and things that we live amongst, and that maybe how those connect back to kind of unspoken, unknowable illness, like what my father was dealing with. But not to get too, specific into, particular photographs. I think overall, I was very inspired by having a non-formal photo background. So I wasn't formally trained in a school, but finding out about like the new topographics movement and how that was like kind of showed me like where I grew up. Oklahoma and Texas looked like a lot of these pictures I was seeing from people like Frank Golke or George Tice, or like these kind of master printer, like very kind of nuanced landscape meditations. And so that was like straight up where my influence came from.
And so new topographics, that was like a early big entry point?
Yeah, I mean, of just coming to formally understand canon in a way that was like, oh, it kind of opened all of these doors. I feel the same way about the Pleasure and Terror of Domestic Comfort, the Peter Glassy show and MoMA. And, these big, I think they're kind of undeniable moments in the canon of American photography. So yeah, to not, but, I often am also just interested in people who work in portrait and landscape. I think it's such a fascinating thing. And when you do each isolated, it's so, in my opinion, very different. And I love, works that are all non-people photos, and some books that are only people. But often my favorite works are a nice, meditation between place and people.
Yeah. What were some? I'm curious. Like, what were some of the other books that you were looking at or thinking about in making this one?
The first one that I always talk about is Robert Adams' Summer Nights Walking. Like just the photograph of like the tree bark that's like illuminated by, I don't know if it's a headlight or a street light. It was like, felt so brave to me to point at that and say, this is art, like, because I had very little understanding of like what it could be. And I think that it's really more illustrated in my photographs of Oklahoma, where I was really figuring this out. And by the time I had arrived at this book, I had already begun working editorially. I had lived in New York for a while. But in my early work, Oklahoma, which was my very early artist books, you see photographs of Oklahoma in this way, where it is very much just a form of discovery that, I was interested in. At the time, I'm learning about the FSA photography. I'm learning about new topographics. It's just was all, kind of something that I was kind of self-studying.
Yeah. Other than the title, there's very little context in the book. There's no writing. There's there's no other information. And I'm curious. I imagine that must have been a decision you came to.
Yes, I mean, we reached out to a few folks for potential essays and forewords. There's a few people that I felt as though the book was in conversation with. And it was a kind of a right towards the time that it was coming to find that. We were a little bit crunched for time, so we weren't able to give certain writers the full time that they needed. And we didn't want to put a piece of writing in there that wasn't as thought out as the photographs, which is kind of this like 6-year long, really like slowly peeling back. To put a piece of text in there prematurely, it felt like it would have been a disservice to the work. So that was the thinking with no text, and some of the people that I was fascinated with or interested in was like Isabel Wilkerson was a writer who I was interested in. Also a friend and mentor of ours, Eli Reed of Magnum was another person, Keith Carter, another brilliant Texas photographer. So they're not in the book, but that's like what I want it to be in conversation with. It's like, it's in conversation with the early Hudnalls and the Keith Carters and, Keith Calhouns and people working in the Southeast. There's like a very rich tradition of like East Texas and Louisiana, Mississippi photos. It's honestly been a major site of cultural production in the US. And I want it to be recognized as that it's not just really this idea of like everyday ordinary people. It's actually like pretty extraordinary when it comes to like the contribution of something that's considered like a non-hub place of the country.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So the people in the book, the portraits, do you like to talk about who those people are?
Yeah.
Or, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, so there's only 2 photographs that appear in the book that are like strangers. Most of the people in the book are relatives, friends, people who, live in areas where I frequent. So yeah, it's much about kind of looking out towards community, especially during a time that was pretty difficult for me between caring for my father, also the pandemic, the protests that were happening in Austin. And some of this work in the book was a part of a photo essay done for Rolling Stones magazine that was kind of like a counter narrative to the protests that were going on, because there was like an eruption of images happening at that time of kind of like, photojournalists being cooped up, and they saw something that was like historical happening. And there was this kind of very, unconscious, like, seeing these images as I was already making this work that was addressing, racial inequity in Austin, which has its own kind of tribe history. To see these photographs of now someone who's just on the street and the cause that they're backing is about like Black longevity in the city, it just felt really wrong to me. And so I wanted to make a document of something that kind of made you think a little bit further about an individual narrative. And that's something that I'm fascinated with. And so you see the photo of the expecting mother who was carrying a child during COVID, and the strain on the medical system and the strain that put on her family, and so on to the next generation. My older sister, who is with her 3 children, and it's, homeschooling, pandemic, 3 young kids, just at a very, very close to breaking point. And, as well as my own story of being separated from my girlfriend and having to, in her strength and helping me to, deal with caring for my father. So it's really a look at the people who were around at that time, like me looking out and them looking in. And yeah, it's just a really like something that I hold close. But I guess to get to my original point of bringing this all up, it was about looking out at these individual narratives instead of kind of looking at like the boiling point to try to figure out what's going on in the bottom. So that's kind of how I think about the portraits.
Yeah. Okay, I have a bit of a heady kind of question now. So I was just listening to this. I was listening to the great filmmaker and photographer Babette Mongold, and she was talking about. She worked with Chantal Ackerman, and in the New York theater scene, she photographed a lot of it. Really, an incredible person. And she was. She said something about Godard, Jean-Luc Godard, the filmmaker, and how he talked about how framing, the way that you frame something is a moral decision, or how you frame something is a moral decision. I wonder if you could talk a bit about the space in the pictures and how you relate to that. You know what I mean?
Yes, space as in like the physical spaces that I'm in, or the relation of like composition and space around things.
Yeah, more like the photography, not like the actual physical spaces you're in, but maybe like how you put together a picture, or I don't know, how you think about how a picture holds or operates. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, I get what you're getting at. As far as like the space of the viewpoint that I'm allowing or using as like a tool. Is that kind of the question?
Yeah, I mean, it could be anything from like, I don't know, where you're standing, or I don't know.
No, I get what you're getting at. Yeah, I always kind of use this term when I see certain works that make me feel like they just walked out into the world and saw it. It's like where you can almost disguise how difficult and stressful and strenuous it actually was to figure out that viewpoint. And, there's a few works that give me that feeling. And that's something that I really enjoy. There's like this kind of honesty to how you're seeing things, and it doesn't feel like it's warped through a camera, through a lens. And so, one of the artists that just comes to mind just for like a reference is like, Ute Mahler, German photographer, or Richard Rothman, American photographer. They kind of have this way of looking at spaces and buildings that feels simple. And something about that brings me like an element of joy. And it's not to say that like I don't want to see like a fisheye photograph or a long lens photograph, but there's something to this like idea of
looking with the eyes and it kind of feeling like it is a relative experience to being in there. But also, you know, I am interested in kind of going in and out of like formal compositions. Like a lot of the work is very formally framed, very kind of like classic, you know, framing. And so I don't think that's something I can really escape. A lot of the things that I'm drawn to are in that form. And it's, you know, a lot of it is really about making pictures that make me happy to look at. And it kind of is just a thing where it's like, can be the difference of like a good or bad week. Sometimes it's like just knowing that if I make a picture that's going to kind of give me a little bit, it might be just something to keep going to the next thing. It's just nice.
Do you have like a litmus test or yeah, I don't know. Like, how do you know when a picture works for you or not?
Well, I work with Sasha Wolf as an editor and kind of represents my work in the kind of gallery format. And she is another one of my editors, as well as Loose Joints, as well as my commercial agent, Tom Claxton. So between them, I know they have different interests, different viewpoints. But also, I just really do believe that the photos have to age a little bit. Like it's hard to know if something's good right away, especially when it's relative to a sequence. You know, it's like becomes very like objective, you know, and like certain quiet photographs that aren't spectacular they've become spectacular because where they fit in a sequence, where it's like if it was just an individual image, that would have not been the one that you would have picked. And, you know, I always talk about like this idea of like when you're grant writing at a certain point, if you work with an editor and you're grant writing, sometimes you have to walk away because you're actually like of no use anymore to look at what you're writing. And I feel the same way with editing. Like sometimes you have to walk away to be able to, you know, and also with the photos being so personal, I have so much personal context that when it comes to editing, which I think is more a graphic decision often, obviously narrative as well, but sometimes the photographs work literally because of some graphic element that's like arbitrary to any conceptual framework. But yeah, so that's how, you know, but the idea of it being good or bad it's up to whoever's looking at it.
Yeah, I was just looking back on some older notes, and I had this one from Ron Jude, and he was talking about how, you know, that the pictures that are often successful are the ones that nag at him, or he likes when a picture nags at him. And what he went on to describe it in this way that's like, you know, you don't love the picture, but it's also not nothing. You don't love it and you don't hate it, and then it just sticks with you somehow. And it works on you. And those are the ones for him that end up being successful. And I totally know what he means, you know, because like oftentimes the ones you like right away end up, you know, you get bored by them or, yeah, I don't know.
No, I agree. Sometimes I'll like love a photo so much when I first make it. And I kind of have learned now to like just not share it because, you know, and I even tell that a lot of times to students. It's like, you're so excited about your work. Sometimes just showing it to people, it's like, you're just opening yourself up for maybe like some feedback or even just a subtle reaction, like the person's hungry or they're like preoccupied and their body language doesn't tell you what you want to see of this thing you've like poured everything into. So I'm like very weary of like showing someone on like a non-paleted eyes, you know, if like, because it just can affect your confidence. And I think that as an artist, like your confidence is sometimes all you have to continue making things.
And it's also a really weird thing. Like when you do share something, it changes how you feel about the thing. Like when you keep it to yourself for a little bit, not that it's bad to share or show people things, but when the second you do it, it change. I don't know. Sometimes the thing loses its energy, even just in your mind. And yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, and you know, you can come like a bit preoccupied with the opinions and feedbacks that you've got, and especially if it's someone that you admire. You know, it's like you're gonna really have like whatever like kind of like note that they gave you. Sometimes even, you know, having done reviews, you kind of just have to come up with something to tell them. And so you don't want to be working with all of these kind of voices in your head because it's going to get a little bit away from what your true, you know, intention with the project is. But yeah, I guess we can kind of, you know, if you want to get into any of the like, you know, I'm happy to go into any details about like particular photographs or like if you have, you know, any questions there.
Yeah, I mean, well, first of all, so this is the second printing. Congratulations.
Thank you.
I mean, for a photo book, that's a pretty amazing thing, you know, to go into a second printing. Did the edit change at all?
No,
the exact same book?
We kept it the same book. We had a subtle paper change on the cover. But yeah, it's the same sequence. You know, as I said, I feel like it's kind of like the album. Like it's not like I would change it or add a song or anything like that.
Yeah. Well, let's talk about the opening picture, because openers are always, I don't know, tricky things or interesting things to talk about.
Yes, you know, that was a lot of the things, even down to the cover image. The cover image is myself and my partner Miranda, a self-portrait. And, you know, when we made that photograph, it was a part of a commission through the New York Times that kind of spoke about, you know, romantic life and love during the pandemic age. And so we made this portrait, and they ended up using another image, but never did we imagine that that would have been the cover. And when they first proposed it, it was kind of like, oh my gosh, like me on the cover, like that's way too much. Like I'm not into it. And then as we started to sit with it, it really like started to resonate with me more. And there's almost this kind of like De Cararva-esque like mysticism, if like this kind of like a smoky bar room is like what, like in like all of those kind of textures were all very important to the making of the book. So the cover was pretty like jarring at first, and now, yeah, I really am so happy with it. And to me, it's one of like the things I'm super proud about. So similarly with the opening photo, it was proposed. It's a photograph that depicts a young man from Houston, Texas. His name is Billy, and he's a performing artist and performance artist. And he's someone who I had been like friends with and photographed for a long time. He appears also in the book in the photograph titled Billy and Minsley, where it shows a kind of a couple embracing in front of a series of white homes in Buda, Texas. And so, yeah, I think that he kind of sets off, but also for me, this photograph is like a strong part of like an aesthetic statement for me, especially like, you know, that's more on a more personal level. Like that photo to me really like checks the boxes of like what I'm interested in my photos looking like and relative to my influences. So that I think that to me, it's a strong start.
I'm curious. You said you didn't study formally, right? You didn't go to photo school?
Mm-mm.
No, me neither. Yeah. What do you your education, like familiarizing yourself just with the medium, was that just all sort of on your own volition?
Yeah.
Books and yeah.
I was studying sociology in the CUNY system here in New York, and I was looking at books at my school. So like Bruce Davis and East 100th Street, like they had an old, just like withering copy of this book that was like so beautiful to see, and I was just like so fascinated. And I wanted to know every element of like, how is this thing made? And so that kind of, and then, you know, another really big one for me was Dawood Bey. You know, he's just such a kind of just, just kind of titan in the way of just how he has moved through his career. I'm really admire him. And I think that also for me, when I moved to New York, I was like a little bit struck because all I had really photographed was Texas and Oklahoma. And to be in New York, it was kind of like, man, well, what is my thing here? Like, what do I take pictures of? Like, what's it going to be? And I was really kind of struck by that, because before I had this kind of closeness to my home and the community there, that I was able to naturally kind of find my subject matters per se. And then looking at the Dawood Bey class photos kind of was like, wow, like I'm around so many amazing people and amazing things that I have kind of access to, be it my fellow classmates or people at the skate park or people in the neighborhood who I frequently like say hello to. So I begin, you know, continuing my street portraiture practice and kind of building up that language. And I would go back to Texas to visit family, make Texas photos, come back to New York. But I guess to your question of the training, so I think with those photographs, I started to realize as well, a big one was LaToya Frazier's notion of family. You know, it's like seeing those works really like were very like affirming to me, to see like a family that was similar to mine, that wasn't, you know, by any means perfect, and to see that was could be art, and that was something of value, really made me look a little bit differently. As I said, similarly with the landscape photographs, seeing some of these kind of expansive landscape images and relating it back to where I grew up and being like, oh, wow, actually, and being in New York for the first time. So being in New York, you're in like the Lower East Side, there's all these buildings. You're like, wow, now that I think of it, I guess where I grew up like is pretty barren, and there is like some interesting characteristics about it. So I think coming up to New York did help me to gain some clarity. But when I was starting to realize that photography could have that effect on you, that's kind of like warming of the soul, of like something that feels a little bit deeper than just visual aesthetics, that I kind of just immersed myself because there was so much to learn. There were so many beautiful contributions from different artists. So, you know, familiarizing myself with photo books, but also reading about any interviews that were done, and often watching a lot of lectures on YouTube. And that was something that I did very heavily during the pandemic, was just like watch a lecture every morning and take notes. And there's so many great lecture series that have been done over the years. You know, like there's this really great one from Todd Heido and Darius Himes that I like always recommend to people.
Which one is that?
It's one they did with SVA.
Oh yeah.
And Todd's a friend of mine, and he's like, you know, he's just, I find him to be like interesting in how he looks about photography, because he was in so many different places. Like he like studied with Killup, and he studied with De Cararva, and you know, Larry Sultan was his teacher, and he's kind of like you know, just been through all of these very fascinating spaces and time in the medium, and I enjoy learning about all of that history.
Yeah. I really relate to what you're talking about. I mean, I feel like that's also how I totally just learned, and it's why I even started doing the interviews, is just because I loved it as a form, you know, just constantly, you know, you're interested in someone, you just sort of want to listen to the, I don't know, the psychology and the thinking behind, or just even just learning about someone's life and, you know, what they did that day. There's just that kind of curiosity there.
Yeah. Also, I thought that it was interesting with the idea of trying to like build a career to go through and understand multiple career trajectories. That was something that was interesting to me. So it didn't become as like personal. I thought like if it literally broke it down on like a more like mathematical level of like, okay, here's 10 people, here's their career trajectory, interested in like landmark projects, interested in like first known projects, and also like slowing down of like the down pace, and understanding that from multiple artists was helpful to just understanding, you know, the landscape of photography a little bit better. And like I said, I try to make things as little personal as possible with it, just to not be so caught up in like these kind of deep emotions with navigating the photography world, of just figuring out a way of like, yeah, maybe just being a little bit like stepping back from it and listening to the lectures and hearing multiple people's perspectives on where they, you know, just the arc of the career was just a little bit comforting, just to have that knowledge, if that makes sense.
For sure. Yeah. Yeah. And it's so, you know, there's so many different ways to do it. And I mean, everyone has a different story and a different, I don't know, way of going about it. And I feel like photography has also been, you know, historically, only up until very recently, a lot more of a slow burn. Like, you know, people weren't, you know, art stars or super successful. A lot of people were just sort of making their work, and I don't know, there's this kind of thing that happened over time, and yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I also find that fascinating with a lot of the artists who I look up to, in particular, like the Kamonge workshop gentlemen. You know, they worked commercially, but they were really like working photographers in the sense that they shot, you know, more mundane things. And I think that as we've moved into this thing where it's like advertising has like taken this interest in particular narratives and stories, that the landscape of just image making is changing. And so it's really hard to compare back to like their generation, because back then people weren't like, you weren't having like, you know, the Louis Drapers and like the Buford Smiths, like they weren't doing like massive like commercial campaigns. And so now that is an interesting space to like navigate, working between like commercial and fine art, where previously most photographers, and in particular a lot of Black photographers, were working more in academia. So we're seeing this like new moment where there's like actually an in route to photography outside of the academic and institutional art world.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Do you like doing commercial work or editorial work?
I like that it like funds my personal practice, but every once in a while, you know, you do get to meet cool people and, you know, try out different things. But it is fascinating. I was talking to another like practicing photographer about like, you know, you got to be careful. Like if you shoot a bunch of like ads, when you go to make your personal photos, like it can influence, you know, how you shoot and how you approach it. But yeah, you know, the commercial work is nice to be able to help facilitate the art practice that actually does have a pretty like large like barrier of entry in the way of like, you know, financial means.
Yeah. And it's also interesting how you never know. I mean, you could do commercial work and that could always, you know, that could lead to, I mean, interesting things can come out of it.
Yeah.
I just did this really good interview with Baldwin Lee, and that's going to be the next one on the podcast. And he was just talking about, he studied under Walker Evans, and he was Walker Evans' printer, and so he thought a lot about him. And he was just talking about how so much of that work was made in a very concentrated period, and a lot of it was on commercial jobs. A lot of it was on assignment.
Yeah, I mean, the nature of assignments has definitely changed now, especially with like the print media not being the same, the financing from the publications, because he did a lot of those stories for Fortune magazine back in the day, and also on FSA assignment, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, so I mean, even if you think about someone like Mary Ellen Mark, a lot of her work was done as well. Arbus, she has magazine work. But it was interesting. I mean, especially in the way that like back then, some of the times like black and white was actually the norm, like black and white film was the norm. So that's something that, I'll work with color photography or digital photography on certain assignments. But the kind of dream assignments is where you're asked to do something that is kind of in line with what you do for your personal practice. And so there's been a few assignments for, publications like the New York Times Magazine, where I've been able to kind of go and really spend time with the subject matter. One of them was the COVID-19 in Houston, Texas, and worked on a story like, it was very pre-vaccine. We did not know what COVID was in particular, and I spent 5 days in between different Houston ICUs. And this was while also like caring for my father who was sick back home. So a very like weighted time, but when you get a call from Kathy Ryan, you don't really like, consider many other elements. So in that story was so fascinating. And I really do think that being a caregiver for my father allowed me to photograph in the ICUs in a way that like I would not have been able. I was used to rolling someone over. I was used to this kind of bodily experience of caring for someone who is ill. And I think in that series, I kind of realized that was like, it's like a power, and often that's how I think about a lot of like hard things we go through, is like it in a way becomes an experience that like is not learned through a program, or it's like, true life experience is valuable. And also just the idea of like being alive and feeling things. So even in extremely difficult circumstances, as in, losing family members and all of the difficult things that went into this book, I just remain grateful for those experiences, and I carry them into the other projects that I do in the way that I look at things, especially with kind of the photos I made of my grandparents in their later years before their passing. And so now if I kind of have the opportunity, I photograph elders, like all of that was my training. And I did think that it was important to do this project that was about my home before going out and trying to tell anyone else's story. So yeah, that's kind of my long-winded answer. But yeah, should we do some questions?
Yeah, I was just going to suggest that, because I just been looking at the time, and it's flying. I think we have some time for some questions. That's exactly what I was just about to propose.
Yeah, help us out, guys. Nobody?
Anything? Curiosities?
Have you talked to Keith Carter about his process?
Hold on, could you
sorry.
get into the mic?
His book, published by the University of Texas Press, was one of my first photo books, and I just love it. Keith Carter. And you mentioned him and some of the other artists and working out of East Texas and Louisiana, et cetera. Have you talked to Keith about his practice, and how does it sort of relate to or inspire what you do?
Yes, he has a lot of amazing talks available. He's definitely got the gift of gab. And a part of that I really love, his kind of like, very like joyful, childlike, kind of naive way of thinking about the world, and enjoying looking and enjoying just kind of a very simple, spectacular moment. If it's just a butterfly on a flower at the cafe, it's just kind of that idea of looking out in the world and like thinking like, well, ain't that something? And there's a very kind of Keith Carter way of thinking of things. And I try to, like, when I'm making pictures, kind of release where it's like stress. It's like, if I get it good. If I don't, great. It's like, and not having that. And I think I picked that up from Keith, but I sent him an email when the book was shortlisted to just kind of be like, Keith, I just wanted to tell you, like, this book of pictures from Texas is, I would think you would, be into it. And I just thought it was the coolest thing that he used an alligator emoji in his response. Yeah. So, yeah.
So I just wanted to ask, this book is now like in its second printing. What are just like some of the biggest takeaways you have about, I guess, the book form or making a book project after this one?
Yes, it's interesting because, as I said, I had published an early artist book. And often when I do talks with students, I just use that as a departure point to talk about a publisher versus self-publishing in this kind of way that they kind of, self-publishing, there's so many incredible things about it. But one of the drawbacks that I feel that I experienced with making my artist book was both like naive design choices, just kind of thinking like, oh, what would a photo book look like if I did it? And it's like not like informed in any way other than just like intuition. And I think that somebody would say, no, but that's great. That's why we like it. It's like, no, it's tough to look at it with certain, I brought it to like with some friends who I really admire, and they were looking at it and I was like, oh yeah, man, I'm putting those back in the closet. Like if you've got one, you've got one. But good pictures, just bad design. And, and that didn't feel good that didn't live on, there's a lot of people who do have really brilliant artist books. And so I think that format is something that, just needs to be approached with the correct level of thoughtfulness. And I don't think that in the case of my early books, like that was a drawback, and that thing kind of lives with you in a way. But it's also, I guess, as far as thinking about this project, working with a publisher who you trust and that you admire. They had sent me some of the works that they had done with like Harley Weir and Luis Rodriguez. And I was just really happy with the production value and the sequencing. And I always kind of just say like they were the book people. I was the picture person. Like I made the pictures, they make the books. I trust what you guys do. And just understanding, again, to how I said, like on a numbers level, like how a book functions. I just think that way a little bit sometimes, of just kind of being more like, a little bit, like I said, a little bit less personal about certain things. And I think that just understand they knew on a numbers level, had produced enough books, worked on enough books, that I trusted them. And, sometimes people make it seem like that's a lack of like voice within the work. And I kind of like push back against that because, they're helping me to articulate exactly what it is that I wanted to do with the book. And so, it's definitely a thing that's like kind of in flux. But as I said, I think, and another thing I'll say back to the earlier work with Oklahoma was that when I sequenced the project, it was way too personal of only like context that I had. So it's like, oh, you drive down the road, then here's my grandma's house. And oh, but this is across the street. And someone looking at it is going to have no idea of that. And so I needed someone that was going to be able to like pick that apart and kind of take me deeper and have me say, damn, I guess I was doing that. Like I had no idea that I was doing all of that. And I think that's a great feeling if you've ever had that about your work, where you realize something that you weren't seeing. And so, I think that books are a great form of seeing and experiencing photography. I think that it's kind of one of the, like, as I keep referring to like the idea of like an album, it's like when you listen to a record, like if it's kind of a classic, if it's like a Larry Soul and like Pictures from Home, like this book and it has like these certain moments and this certain resonant with you. If it's like a certain, material level, but then, the thing people always talk about, it's like the idea that you can experience this in your own space is so important, because being in a gallery, or in a museum can be very intimidating for people. So I think the same kind of idea that I said about like being able to have the pictures be yours in a way, something that you can have your own relationship to, that isn't imposed by like a lot of kind of scary things of the larger art world, is just incredible. And I think that it's so cool that photo books are, still remaining such a like relevant and important way of spreading pictures around. For the tape.
So it is really interesting to see
I've looked at these pictures many times, but the music component that you talked about, is that available? Is there any kind of a flip through online that has the song?
At the moment, no. It's just something that I've done with the lectures, but I definitely would like to make that available either through like a QR code insert or something so that people can see that, and then considering, maybe making it like a Vimeo link. So yeah.
Yeah,
that's a
because I
good-
mean, when I taught a class, and one week the assignment was to pair their pictures with music. It's something I always try to figure out myself. What's the soundtrack to this book? The only thing I've ever seen that has ever worked is that, and it works so perfectly. So I was looking around trying to find it, and I couldn't. So that's my answer. You should somehow make that available, because it's a different experience, but it's also, to me, a really heightened experience. It just absolutely, I can't think of these pictures now without that song.
Yes, I would love to make that available. So yeah, good idea. I mean, it's nothing that I would be like too precious about, putting out there, like if, versus like new photographs that, you kind of try to hide away for a while. So yeah, it's a good suggestion.
I'm interested in hearing about how the people in the photographs have responded to the work, and just about what you said about the pictures being for being sharing, but that personal investment. I'm interested in how your family or these performers or artists have responded to the work.
Yeah, I think that, for some of the people, especially like family, like it can be difficult. In particular, the time that I showed my maternal grandmother this book after she, who lived in Oklahoma, and it was like she had been caught up in a certain way of like what's happened. It's like, oh, grandma, like it's been a kind of like, maybe I had only seen her for about 3 times in 11 years. And I remember she had seen the Oklahoma books. And I guess that was the last thing that I'll say, even to that last point of the self-published thing. Had I not self-published those books, my grandmother would have never been able to see them in her lifetime. So the fact that I did do that was very important, because that was really like the moment, like that was very important for me. So also the, friends and people, I often like for the people who I photograph to like the pictures, and it's not like I have to make 2 different versions to appease them and to get my picture. And so I often like to share the photos back with people, especially if it's like a street portrait of strangers. I really love for them to get back in contact with me so that I can share and they can have a copy of the photograph. And, I think the big one is like, the choice of showing my father during his illness. And, that was, and at first I had a real issue with like the idea that we did not show him before he was ill. And there was a few photographs that we considered to put into the sequence, but truly none of them fit quite perfectly. Like none of them felt like the one that we needed to do. And, even going a step further with showing it in Arl this summer, that photograph like on the wall. But to me, to think about it as this thing that to like look away for, this idea of like shame is like, to me, going in the wrong direction of what my intention of it is to actually be like this life affirming and positive thing. So to show him this photograph of him in his illness, I thought back to like Avedon's photo of his father and this kind of idea of like humiliation that he kind of created with showing his father in his illness. So there was a lot of thoughts put into the idea of showing such a vulnerable photo. But, ALS is a very real issue. And so, yeah, I'm not going to think of it as a subject that I couldn't get into. And I guess, I caregave for my father up until his last days and shared many laughs and, a lot of just great times with him. And so I think I deserve to do what I want with it. And, also like I remember I'd make these photographs into little 8x10 Kinko prints and put them on the wall and kind of just look at them. And I remember that was a series when I photographed him. And I really love that, like his skin is like shining and like, I don't know, I'm kind of like a spitting image of him kind of. So I see kind of like his skin and I see my skin, and it's just like such a beautiful thing that even in his illness, he still looked so handsome. And I'm like, damn, you made it all this way with that, right? Like he's just kind of like such a smooth, just comedic dude who kind of gave me everything that, I even have to offer. So in that series, there was one portrait that I gave to his youngest brother. I'm sorry, I guess a little emotional just speaking about it. But I gave a copy of that photograph to his youngest brother, and I just don't know what that means. Like, what does that mean? And also the idea of the photographs of my grandmother and the fact that she had to see her son pass away, like experiencing that. But it kind of gets back to what I said about like, well, ain't I alive? You know, like, you know, what a story, huh? But yeah, so people respond well to the photos. Like I said, and I didn't get into this, but I look at this book as a form of fantasy as well. Like this is our musical, this is our film noir. Like it's not like you can only experience these kind of like Americana cultural things in like some honky tonk film. You know, it's like this is a cultural production of the South as art. You know, it's not just a fly on the wall. I captured life as it happens. It's like everyone in this book is participating in creating this thing that so that's what I want everyone to be hyped about. Like, you know, even like the moment I want is like if I bring the photo back and I show like the young man the photo of himself and everybody's like laughing at him, kind of pushing him like, yo, you look good, man. Like that's you, you know, and he's kind of like having to like come into confidence. Like that's how I just think about the portraiture and, you know, with the people, especially a lot of the portraits that I do in Texas of young men and, you know, some of these spaces that like young men who are like, you know, maybe 10 years or so younger than me, maybe in their more teenage years. It's just really cool to interact with them. And, you know, they make up some of the photographs as well as other artists in the city of Austin and Texas. So, you know, I think in a way the book belongs to all of us, you know, and that's how I like to think about it. Like, I hope that everyone shares that feeling that like they're all took part in creating this thing that's kind of had a big reach from our small Texas town. Yeah, what's the time? Maybe we can do like
4:55.
Yeah, we can do like one or two more. I don't know if any last questions. Thank you, Doug.
I don't know how much this is a question and maybe a comment that follows up what you just so sort of beautifully articulated. But one aspect of the book that I admire, I'm very impressed by, is your level of restraint, knowing as much what to say as what not to say, what to sort of keep between the images and the background. So the beauty of the book, and I'm like watching it over and over and over, the beauty of the book is how it slowly unfolds. And that is a level of sophistication, a level of nuance that is hard won, you know, and you have it. I'm jealous at a young age, and it was really, I just want to put that out there. I don't know if there's a question in there, but in the editing process, you must have had a few painful moments where that picture can't be in, even though I may love it and it means a lot to me, but this isn't the right place for it, or this isn't the right time for it. I don't know if you can talk a little bit about that, but yeah, there it is.
Yeah, no, thank you, Doug. That means a lot to hear because, yeah, I'm a big fan of your books and I'm always talking about them. So that means a lot to hear. Yeah, you know, there was definitely pictures that I was like, there's no way that this can't be in, you know? And I think a lot of those were tied to particular memories. Like one in particular is there's no photographs of my grandfather in this book. And, you know, the few photographs that I had, none of them fit. There was two that we really considered. One was kind of a tight cropped like headshot of him. And the other one was a very kind of dark photograph of him seated at the table of the family home in Killeen, Texas on the last Father's Day before he went to assisted living. And I still love that photograph, but I don't know where it would have fit. Like and I think that also gets back to the kind of quality of, like I said, of like the kind of fantasy element of it. I think that with the edit, you don't fully get everything in some of the landscapes. And there was certain pictures that I was like, oh, these, you know, I want this to be in. And also somewhat like other subject matters, like photographs that, and I always use the quote, like, I don't like the photos to present questions that aren't answered. And so it felt like, you know, you had to contain the sequence. And like, if you were to add another thing, it might lead its own tentacle to like, you know, sprawl out. Like each photo kind of has like this web. And I think that you want it to be kind of all contained within maybe like a parameter and like a center point. And even when showing the work, I showed them in like various sizes, and it kind of gets back to that idea of like what's important, what's not important, what's a fleeting memory, what's like a, unforgettable moment. And also, I think a lot of that also it comes within the collaboration where there's so many things like there's a part in the sequence where there's a man seated in a chair, and it was actually, I'm not sure if you guys have seen it, flash through. It's like a man, he's kind of seated in a chair. There's kind of tears in his eyes. And that photograph was made, it's probably one of the earliest photographs in the book. It was made in 2015. And it was made at this Under the Bridge ministry that was taking place in Austin, where they would come and they would help to like rehabilitate people in Austin. And it was one of the, just interested in trying to understand from the class divide and all of the things that were happening in Austin, trying to really understand it at an early age. I would go and connect with people and speak with them to be like, what's actually happening in our city? And I'm not, in a way I felt more connected with a lot of the people there than like, the people who were frequenting my like photo lab job and this kind of like keep Austin weird, climate. And so that photograph, I say that a 4-photo sequence that was like, none of it like it was just of their creation. And then like, I always leave that, I'm like, hey, that's actually good. Like I'm gonna take that. I'm gonna run with that. I always make the joke about that of like how much of certain things is just artist talk, if like things that after like 4 essays, I figured before we can end this kind of on this question coming from this person who, so they saw it as a union hall, the workplace, unintentional, both in making the photos and sequencing them in that thing. But again, I like that. I'm a roll, and so it feels a little weird, like going full TED Talk mode in front of a mic. But y'all are all, beautiful, and so happy to have y'all all here. So thank you. Yes, I'll be signing across the street, but I love all you guys.
Hey everyone, I think we're going to get started. Hi everyone, I'm Karen Buddha. I'm editor at Wendy's Subway. Wendy's Subway is a reading room and writing space. Our storefront in Bushwick has a collection of over 5,000 artist books, poetry, theory, and we're also a publisher. So today's reading features 2 writers from our Passage series. The Passage series publishes titles by emerging writers and artists whose work manifests in innovative, hybrid, and cross-genre forms that imagine new possibilities and expressions of the poetic, the political, and the social. We're currently accepting submissions to the series through 2 open calls through October 31st, the open reading period and the Carolyn Bush Award. You can learn more about both of these on our website or at our table on floor 2. We're booth C48. We have 2 of the latest releases from the series there as well, including Rachel James's An Eros Encyclopedia. She was meant to read with us tonight, but unfortunately wasn't able to make it. However, we have Ben Krusling, whose book Glaring was first in the series, and Camille Omama Youssef, whose book A Book with a Hole in It is the next release and is now available for pre-order. So I'll read bios. Ben Krusling is the author of a chapbook, Grapes, by Projective Industries in 2018, and a text-image project, I Have Too Much to Hide, published by Triple Canopy in 2020. Prose and poems have appeared in Hyperallergic, The New Inquiry, Black Warrior Review, Denver Quarterly Territory, The Recluse, Washington Square Review, and Tagwerk. Work has been awarded the Sonora Review Poetry Prize in addition to a Pushcart Prize nomination. He has been awarded the Amiri Baraka Scholarship from Naropa University and supported by residencies at the Vermont Studio Center and the Blue Mountain Center. His work has been anthologized in the Bodies Built for Game anthology of contemporary sports writing and presented at the Poetry Project, The Kitchen, the Segway Foundation, the University of Pennsylvania's Kelly Writers House, and other venues. Benjamin received an MFA from the University of Iowa Writers Workshop, where he was awarded an Iowa Arts Fellowship and a postgraduate Provost's Visiting Writer Fellowship. He lives in Brooklyn. Camille Omama Youssef is a writer from Dearborn, Michigan, with roots in Jebain and Shmistar, Lebanon. With an MA in English from Wayne State University and an MFA from New York University, she currently teaches poetry at the City College of New York, edits poetry manuscripts, and co-facilitates Habibi Futurism, a generative workshop for collective futurist imaginings. Thanks to everyone for being here.
Hi, everybody. I'm happy to read. Sorry, Rachel couldn't be here. I feel like Rachel's book is the new main event, but hope I can carry the torch. So I have this book, Glaring, that you see there, which I'm going to read from a little. And I have a new chapbook coming out called It Got So Dark, which I'll be reading from as well. The air is red in the app, particulate, so now time feels wrong. And I was on the B38, riding the B38 in the morning. The snow falls, feels wrong. The gland swollen under my jaw, wrong. The result is overdetermined. She drank poison and jumped from a 4th-story window. Overdetermined, says E, but she was undervalued. It wasn't a warm choice. Then the sun bleeds golden time, bleeds it. Then there's value glowing quickly over Monroe Street, where I live in the east, over Monroe, where I live in the middle. My cold and golden street in the winter, disharmony party, black, torrential, descended from the slaving executive. It's a beautiful day, I'm 3 stories up. The air is bad, but all I see is light spreading and value coming down from cloud 9. That's how I diffuse my expression into the environment, the end of isolation. The dachshund echoes the siren as it blows by. But maintenance is dynamic, not dynamism itself. So dissent is a value neutral proposition. So you play a song in total darkness while we stare transfixed at the state of romance. I understand myself better than you understand anything. She said that too today. While forces are assembling to make the point irrelevant. Playing broken home, night bus, tortured, speechless, but the forces of reaction are assembling in our city. They've wept eyes loose over state services, but so have I. So dissent proposes a useless way of regarding problems. My dreams move horizontally into fore and background, and dreaming is my foremost pleasure, my least private property. So I fell to my knees to look for my phone. I dropped off the bench in the park. Wait, do we figure out if I can have it? Presence is beating and good, gold ringing, shining. A single cloud sits with a low hum like an eraser. The law of society isn't actually jungle law, we all observe. The person shoved down the Union Square stairs, the people close enough to help and do. It's grayer, but more fungible. A patch of blue, reciprocity, ascendance. Just had this minor nostalgia for university. Evil, spiritually stunted, but the library was closer. I was my wish, it was my time. Who could ever take it so far? Living, no. Then she said, I think we have fewer options than we thought. Then I wrote, the earth shines in the night sky. Otherwise it's gray, reluctant, silent, unreal, unexaggerated. Dreaming now, just waiting. Then I opened the window to fire running in the street. Considering how aggressive living is, we don't live in the same world at all. Demoned up all the time. It's a game of dermal flickering. It's the age of the plantation and rare earth mineral. For example, I see my silhouette in the condo window. Think, I'm no cardiovascular system surviving my way along. I'm not vast as summer sun, grinded, upright. I'm not ill, diverted, extra. I'm a low hum. I'm in love. I'm a bit of psychic pressure. I'm cheese, dope, and juice. Then the night swings shut like the idea of glamour. In the end, I feel sad, but not just. Dispatch. When people move, I'm amazed, stupefied, dead. Why the most pleasing invention is moving image. No word reminds me of womb life, good life, and the reactions of people nearby linking up. I just wanted to offer some sense of love and understanding when I wanted to be needed to hold somebody. Then they came to the door, said, "You look awful." Hair was locked, sweatshirt torn, grain showing, brain out, love far. Well, I was amazed, I thought. This is the goal of the camera, to find the living thing and maybe reciprocity, the good fires, maybe a bowed head. We've got to do something to save the children. The Rio has that bag color now. My surprise was fluid, so bright when I discovered it. The sun gushed roughly down my forehead, lips, etc. The red flags cracked the black of the air. I thought kids in this climate, with these ordinances, these bullets flying. But my blinds are shut. When attachment is stunned by punishment, the blinds just close themselves. My work in its troubled way is strewn about the room, and I hear "This is America" from the apartment next door. My world is so ugly, but I'm beginning to like it as I look forward to its changing soon. Ours too, James confirms, is an age of propaganda. In my various educations, I had the shape of an idea about myself, without money, hostile to confession, doomed to the shallow knowledge of the narcotized, granite, arms up, elbows out, aflame, asphyxiated, rageful, colored, on the far side of war and domination. But when I said my life was ugly, I was wrong for what I meant by it. There's no place for that kind of confirmation. I was scrolling when I was thinking, words were hammering, then my mind was filled by the light on my face. The blue light, the black lightning. This year, I'm thinking of wearing brighter colors. I'm a fun person, imagine, demanding, imagine, ever so sprayed by circumstance. So blood and carbon, so, in my troubled way, superstitious, diseased. I learned that when it comes to writing poems, material isn't enough, or dreams. As I approached the door with a welcoming action, now as I live my life in service of becoming so present, RIP Grandma Gloria, Linda, literally memory, plastic ocean, self-medicate, clouds break up, black horizon, as the block end swarms with men fixing the roof of the key foods. We live obviously in a state, weeping, contesting the subway, all open and running and slowing down. The police are inserting a person into a bag and into a van, 16 or so of us watching. I'm almost 30, shale-like, abundant. It's actually not on the nose because I'm not thinking at all. I read an interview about the language of organ tuning and harmonic expressions that have been disappeared from the Western music historical memory. There were different tunings for different villages, tunings for the church, the castle, different cultures of feeling. Reality comes roaring off my body in these great gray waves. So I've ghosted jobs. I'm not self-satisfied or grateful for my minor good fortunes. It's a high value that glows where new ideas gather. I'm trying to elaborate this idea of vulnerability in my relationships that deprioritizes the transcendence of fear and ugliness. But I might be wrong about it, the voice being so naked in song and desire. I don't have my priorities in order. I feel I have a lot of fear and ugliness to transcend. I miss my friend, she's gone away, even though she lives in Flatbush. Someone utterly screams outside my window. Today I saw my body in the mirror and tears came. I was so grateful for life. My pupils were so wide. My heart was so full of worms. Then it wasn't. I'm sure it isn't. A day of recording my saying hello to myself. Self-medicate, drone, escutcheon of fortitude. I think what I want to say is not in the words area, it comes from earlier on. My fear of the body I didn't know I had, I get older. I put something human on my face, but it's not that. Water break, one sec. the artifact being thought the most beautiful thing. I thought I was near where Malcolm was shot, then I realized I was wrong. We were blessed with these sensitivities, navigating a landscape that varies its networks of trouble, change over time. In fact, the building, which was not where I was, though I was near there, is decorated with terracotta glazed polychromy, incrustations and cornices, gaudy colors in the Hellenistic style. My face crushed against the wiki page on which I was reading this, collecting material for a treatment. I was there, having realized I was wrong, in the memory of being somewhere else. Was I being spoken to, I wondered, not being the only voice possible in that area? The idea of violence from an old photograph, the setting of someone up, is digital, weaving these things through one another as habit and then intent, because I was scared and without equipment, navigating that gaudily. Then that historical feeling, thinking one is where something happened that one is thinking about, then not being there but feeling that. The world peopled as it is with hallucinations, justice being not among them but thought of also, experiencing conspiracy as a digital product, anxious, setting the scene while isolating the voice, people themselves being so small on the sidewalk, people themselves dying so violently, the memory of that hanging. As at that moment, I was having my small, different experience, heading more slowly and apparently elsewhere, being young after all, looking upwards as I'm describing myself at that time, incrustations looming. Anyone who does not agree is cut off by the newsmen, not allowed to speak. They merely reflect our policy. The trial jury will have to not have heard of the invasion, not to have seen the news being on. It will depend on their ignorance. So the unfolding of phenomena is dependent on ignorance, and we would stop it, have it come back in if we were not that. Just going to read a couple more. Friendship is roughly everywhere. Thanks. The uniformed person puts traffic cones down in neat rows. They're bright orange, weeping. What's next is I'm happy for your jazz concern. It's all sexual. And if I pushed it clear, we'd still be on the street, right inside the boundary. I'm so happy there's nothing going on. Soretto was right about winning, full of information, none glowing, synthetic color in the limbic motor. It's just people look so good when you trust them and you don't look. To heaven on a mule. My dream of heaven was an ice cream factory, but it echoed blackface heaven from a few minutes earlier. And all wishes, brained on the marvel of televised limbo, where production assistants line up lights and vanish, drag social pain into procedures that taste great on camera. People, in that sense, reviewing memory produces artifacts, long static renditions of blackface heaven, so they try to shred the Bush years with vocal runs. It's a room with floor-to-ceiling mirrors, and people spread their arms there to sing, to place the face at the center, to tell the world childhood is sweet, though it tastes like power over, though it tastes like pistachio. These are eyes I make the world so careful with, long static, long talk. Well, you say you want a strong feeling, have one, or someone will think you're withholding. It's like Fed logic, depression fighting escapism. Childhood is so sweet, they say, as they go house to house killing on a thick, recursive loop. And their faces drip, they're wet with effort. Okay, last poem. Thanks, everybody. Pleasure is stubborn in retrospect. First there's love, then there's synchronized time. Then there's troops barely secretly in Yemen, Niger, the pre-turnstile zone of the subway. That's happening also. There are people out in the sense that love can't be from them, can't be seen assuming any kind of grace. When you broke, you just feel abandoned, acrylic reds, yellows. I love you because you're on the other side of the room, because steam comes off you in the twilight gone green with night vision. I fall asleep by 3, wake up by 9, because the cars go by so harshly. Then I think, love is coming from me, love is streaming from me. It's there, but there's no time. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you, Benjamin. That was beautiful. Fed logic. I'm going to read entirely, I think for the first time, from the book, A Book with a Hole in It, which when you come and, get Ben's book and then get the little thing to put in your pocket for the pre-order link for the book when you get mine, and it'll be so much fun. This and every place has a hole in which they are buried, in which we bury them, alive, and their stories enter no bedtime, moment between a parent and child, a hole in which the parent is buried, a hole in which the child is buried, a hole in which the I is buried, beneath all the selves it is supposed to be. A hole in which possibility lives, possible enough to have existed, a candle brief enough to burn, a sapling old enough to cast a shadow, and when it is chopped or uprooted, it will have lived and shaped a clearing in the forest wide enough to mark its absence. In this book, I grapple with the violence that happened in my family, a violence that accompanied me as a nebulous ambient fear, seeming to affect every aspect of my life. This book is an experiment, and so, like a god, it asks how to love the one who is gone, and also the one who is to blame, and also the situation that created the situation. In the meantime, as we learn deeper, we say things toward saying, and so is grief. This book is an attempt at an elegy, at carving out a way to say, to grieve, to redeem. A Book with a Hole in It is composed of fragments selected from my private journals during a 4-month period in 2019. Excerpts are arranged in the order of appearance in the journals. And the epigraph of the book, which appears at the back, is from the essay called The Iliad or the Poem of Force by Simone Weil, in which she says, "The man who is the possessor of force seems to walk through a non-resistant element. In the human substance that surrounds him, nothing has the power to interpose between the impulse and act, the tiny interval that is reflection." Those motherfuckers. So as I read this right now, right-wing fascism is coming to my hometown. Not that it wasn't there already, it was there for a very, very, very long time. And then the Arabs made a home of it after their wars that, of course, are US funded. And now they love America so much, they've adopted all of its values. Let's talk about the Arab problem. The title of a brochure distributed by the mayor's office in Dearborn, Michigan, 1985. I dreamt last night. I had to tell myself to enjoy and not be afraid of dying. Then I enjoyed it. Someone from Dearborn got shot in the head like a bird, his body at the side of a field. Everybody accepted it because that's how normal death actually is. Death is finally real. I am more afraid of the death of others than the death of myself. I am not immune to sentimentality. I am an architect of buildings not inhabited. It takes me a while to build a perspective. The person who is not the possessor of power is waiting for knowledge to arrive. The belated certainty of what happened in a single moment. Life is full of single moments. I am here for you. We waste in the comfort of knowledge that a body does indeed heal. It is a poem that has aged and developed small wrinkles like silkwood. I was 17, waiting for a man to find in me a love for him to want to keep. I woke up this morning and found bliss, the small slivers of sunlight slicing through the shadows in my room, on my bed. Language is the key, but it only opens one door. In evidence, in experience, what? Words are separate from what they represent. Language is occlusion, no evidence, no proof, nothing to show. My body and the revelations, the small neurons of memory that contain me. I have gotten myself to this very place, got here and stay here. Language as evidence, coffee, a reckoning, honoring my thoughts by allowing them to exist, not silencing, not for others. They flow into me and not out of me. They create, accumulate debris in the mind. Before, they were farmers. My mother got married to escape war, but not poverty. There is a global whiteness to talk about here. If my family had stayed, a place where I would be whiter than the Filipina, Bengali, Nigerian, Ethiopian, Egyptian, Syrian domestic workers. I would not be as white as the rich Christian woman of Lebanon, but I'd be as white as my diamond trading Muslim cousin. There is a context. It is causing, mostly my own frustration with the invisibility. I have felt alone, targeted, fired by white people, shamed by them, pushed to assimilate culturally by them, talked down to by them. Maybe it's not me. Maybe it's just white culture. I have never lost myself in whiteness. I keep coming back. I watched the sunlight fall through the window. There was a steeple of light on my floor. A horse-drawn sentence arrives. When we are fully dressed, our mutual legibility. I had a dream I was working with youth again. It could have been laughter, despite the wisdom assumed to authority. Students who have nothing to lose are the Malcolm X's of your classroom. If guided by justice, how intuitive their opposition is. I am reminded, soldier warrior is actually a civilian, white, in America, moving through the world, no resistance, not a finger raised in solidarity with anyone, brain-numbing couch army, that shitty fucking American flag, circle jerk getting off, laziness and ahistoricity. I wish I could see subversion. How much work needs to be done? go towards justice, couldn't slow down enough to care. I was appalled how easily one moves like that through our world, how uncritical one could be of their own perspective. I took a hit of his weed pen. Yesterday, our lives, no, I'm going to start the previous page. Constellating Ideas, a poem about punishing one body for the criminalized existence of that body, all other bodies like theirs. List, a brief introduction to astronomy in the Book of Fixed Stars, The Wonders of Creation, Arab and Arab American Feminisms, the last quatrain of the Ballad of. Yesterday, our lives in the communities, the ammos, the surveillance, the gossip, the policing, queerness never being an option, men totally entitled, women accustomed to the lack, expecting its lack, our misogyny over white misogyny. My life has already been my life. Words are a currency in this economy of feelings, all the labor behind them. Sometimes it is a song, a tune I don't know, the film atop my brain, the veil, everything in America a lie when we don't talk about how does a wrist, content without acknowledging, gun in its hand, I call it a flag. أنا لازم بطل ضحي بحالي كإنسانة كإنسان ويلي بيعملوا غلط بالمجتمع هيك مش غلط هو المجتمع اللي غلطان هل أنا الوحيدة اللي عم حاول بضميري موجود منطق التسامح الحق السلام الشيء الناقص يدافع عنها عنهم. I pause close to wound raw to and into work. It's not on you, it's in you, and what's in you, they can't take away. That's Nipsey Hussle. A place to place, love, community, a logic to love myself with, this. For they have eaten up Jacob and devoured, made his habitation desolate, martyrs, Jacob, Mary Magdalene, Ophelia, Al-Hussein, Hypatia, Talal Asad, suicide bombers, ego death, note to self, holy, swimming together in the void. I should not have believed. I'm almost done. The real political act. Utopia exists with a feeling in the body. The initial revolt, always at the wrong moment. Through being wrong first, the revolutionary subject learns what to do next. Revolting at the wrong time is a precondition for successful revolution later on. Rosa Luxemburg. Let's go to the end. Naked, I make men into monsters. I peel back my skin, show them my hurt woman, ask them what they will do. They cannot be my heroes with my flesh between their unknowing teeth. It is distressingly clear. There are borders between us that feel insurmountable. All I have is me and these words. My body is the pulpit from which I preach. I leave my body to pray. I was angry. I am remembering. I was silenced. I would mark my body indelibly. Someone else, anyone else, I knew, creating the wound in me, creates the wound in them too. Their disposal is not permanent. They can always come back. Their bodies are not marked unless. My disposal is permanent. It is death or death. My body has been marked since birth. My grandfather gave out money when he thought I was a boy. He took it back when I was a girl. My body has been marked, so I marked it myself. And what will they do with me now? I'm going to read one note from the end. At the beach on an autumn day, the tide kept coming and leaving behind what looked like tiny sparkling holes across the shore. Coming closer, I saw the sand was covered in tiny blue jellyfish, protozoa actually, called Valela jellyfish, or by-the-wind sailors. They washed onto the shore because of global warming, misguided to an untimely death by the 1 degree of change in the sea's temperature. I felt grief. The afternoon, a big funeral. That same summer, I saw tiny red crab shored up en masse at Laguna Beach. I found these photographs of La Push, Washington online. The protozoan massacre extended up the coast. The article was titled, "No Room for a Beach Towel." Billions of mysterious jellyfish-like creatures wash up on beaches along the west coast of the US. I keep remembering their tiny fins flapping in the air. It looked like they were breathing. I wonder how many of us go toward what will kill us. If not our bodies, then our spirits. What belabors breath? And there I was. Thank you.